when teachers in schools are not producing productive children, productive people who are able to build a competitive nation. In the current circumstances, it means the curriculum must be reformed to match the standards of the current and the future. That also includes retooling all the educators to deliver the new curriculum in a scientific, evidence, impact, and competence-based framework. The president has said the education outcomes must be improved. Graduating job seekers must stop. Graduating students who end up escalating the problems of corruption, crime, violent extremism, and identity-based conflicts, that must stop. Time is over, and whoever has been undermining the profession of teaching, therefore, must stop or leave. We are going to build systems that will only protect and motivate the highly motivated and qualified to remain in the field of education, because it's what all ministries, departments, and agencies and the private sector depend on. We have learned the mistakes of the past, and we don't want to repeat them. On the other hand, we must improve. While improving the sector, some of our friends, of course, would laugh at us and ridicule us, but we know the journey of transforming education is on, and we must travel it. There is no compromise for the future of our children, because they are the only ones that determine the future of Uganda. They are our only hope. I request all teachers to feel this pain and to go back to school and teach, more so in a different style, with an improved mindset towards the future of the education and the future of the country. Kindly, let's work together as a team so that our Uganda becomes a better place to live in. I respect the teachers because I am a teacher by training. I have defended the teachers and I support the Ministry of Education and Sports. But I think there is more that needs to be done to motivate the teachers, especially providing capacity building opportunities to them so that they can enhance their skills and abilities, so that they can produce morally upright, responsible, responsive, and innovative entrepreneurial citizens of Uganda. As the president plans to open schools, let us unite around education. Let's dialogue on what type of future we want for our children. Let's think together about the future of our economy, the security, the healthcare, the energy, agriculture, infrastructure, ICT, etc., etc. All these, for them to be practical and meaningful and have a big impact on community, on the society, depend on the type of education that we shall have in the country. I propose we use this opportunity to reorganize models for teaching and also practice how we'll teach under the COVID-19 standard operating procedures. We should utilize this opportunity to renegotiate with the parents, especially on how they should support education of their children while they are still at home. We cannot allow education to stop because of COVID-19. This would mean Uganda will not function in the next 10 years. I thank all the speakers from the different departments of the Ministry of Education and Sports. I'm always updated on the good job each one of you is doing. I am available and I hope we shall meet and interact. Thank you very much and may God bless you all. I thank you all the teachers, the head teachers for attending this summit. We believe in you. You are special. You determine the type of future that we are going to have. Please do not abandon the service. Teaching is your calling, no matter what is happening, and no matter what happens, we shall remain noble teachers. Ours is not a job, but a service. I thank the private sector, partners to education. I thank the government. I thank the parents. I thank everybody who has put in his bit or her bit to make sure that the teachers do their work and indeed produce the citizens that we want. I appreciate the role of the Global Peace Foundation. It specialized teams of educators, the analysts and consultants, the education innovators and marketers for the investment and models that have helped many nations around the world. They have educated us that without a transformed education, we cannot achieve sustainable peace and development. We request that Global Peace Foundation, please continue to mobilize us, continue to turn us into the great team and the great men and women that we must be. I thank Peace Service Ambassador Kambula Milton, the chapter president of the Global Peace Foundation, with whom we have trained many, many educators, parents, and students. I must say, it's been a wonderful experience integrating character, creativity, entrepreneurship, moral and innovative leadership in the classroom and the subject learning area. Some schools indeed have gone ahead even to put these values into practice and even assess them and put the results on the assess cards. I am glad to be part of this summit, and I promise to continue serving the country through working with everyone to enhance the human resource productivity in Uganda. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. May God bless you, sir. I know you are now representing the President Kumi on the graduation ceremony. Please, we thank you for opening this summit. And from the words of wisdom you have given us and the commitment you have actually given us, we are motivated to do more. The teachers are going to serve the country. And we have learned from your presentation that the sky is no longer the limit. We are going to live in the skies now. So we are motivated by your leadership at public service. We are public servants as teachers. And indeed, you are a good commander, and we are ready to actually follow the vision that you have shared with us this morning. I thank you so much. May God bless you. Now that you have kicked off and launched the summit, we can begin. Thank you. Let me hand over to the moderator. Yes, Mr. Richard, you can take over, please.
We're having some technical issues.
Hello, Mr. Richard.
Yes, we're having some technical issues.
So we can move ahead. I can invite Honorable Dr. Tony Vine. Dr. Tony Vine, you can pick it from there. The objective of education webinar for teachers is to see how we can actually prepare them and
Okay, thank you very much, Milton. Really appreciate this very, very important forum webinar on teachers in the new era of education. You know, Uganda is really blessed to have such a large youth population. It's the actually #1 asset in the country. Like much of the United States, Europe, even developed Asian countries, they have aging populations, but Uganda has a huge youth population. This is like such a blessing in many ways, right? And Minister Mukasa, I remember when I met you at the Global Peace Leadership Conference in 2018, I asked you a question, you know, what is like the #1 issue, right, in Uganda? And you told me it was to invest in values and skills of the young population. And I just could not agree with you more, right? I think that is really the opportunity that we have in front of us right now with schools opening in the new year. And it's, you know, it's an opportunity to do business in a new way, you could say, right? Rather than just going back to the old models, but to really reimagine what it is to educate in the 21st century. And, you know, we do have to prepare our students for a world that's rapidly changing. The world was already changing rapidly before COVID came in. You know, we see on the economic side, you know, scientific knowledge creating new opportunities and solutions that can enrich our lives, while at the same time fueling disruptive waves of change in every sector. So our graduates have to deal with this issue. Also on the social side, right? In many ways, the world has connected us in amazing ways through technology, social media, and so on. But still, you know, as it was like shown in the COVID-19, in many countries, including Uganda, the inequalities for access to devices, you know, the internet, and so on and so forth, were quite exasperated, right, for many people. And of course, our environment too needs to be well managed, right? We only have a finite number of natural resources. So our young people really have to take on these challenges of the 21st century. So, you know, here's the exciting thing here, right? We're not just preparing students for the workforce here. We're doing something, I think we're doing something much bigger than that. We're preparing our students to actually create a new civilization in the 21st century, right? That is peaceful and that is flourishing in many ways. You know, we do have the UN's, you know, SDGs, they go to 2030, but why stop at 2030? Our students, the ones who are in our classrooms right now or will be in the new year, they will live through the 21st century. And I think we can actually, as educators, really plant the seed of a really big vision that they can actually take on. And when you look at the different sectors of society, they all need to be transformed, right? This forum here is focusing on transforming education, but you know, housing and living, the energy sector, media, civil society, security, the environment we just talked about, all of these areas have to be transformed. And you never know who's sitting in your classroom. It could be another Elon Musk. And remember that Elon Musk is African. He was born and raised in South Africa, right? So you just never know who's sitting, who has the amazing potential to do incredible things in the future. And this really brings up a very key point here, right? That each and every student in our classrooms, in our schools, and every single teacher for that matter, has unlimited unique value. They also have unlimited potential to do great things, to be good and great. They have unique strengths, abilities, and perspectives. And they're naturally curious and inherently creative. And this is where, like, this is where the idea of personalized education has to actually get enhanced more and more, rather than doing education in, you know, as a group, right? Because we are unique, right? Every person is unique. And, you know, as Uganda is preparing to go back to school, right? It's been a very stressful 2 years. It's very important, right, that our teachers, that our educators are constantly transforming themselves, right? Because the more you work on yourself, the more you can transform yourself. That is what transforms the culture in the school. That is actually what creates the environment that that gives the feeling to students that they are welcomed, right? And students are really looking forward to going back to school. And this also impacts, you know, the things that we are looking for, right? Performance and exams and so on and so forth. But also we're doing something bigger. We're preparing students for the future. We're going after a really bigger goal here, right? So in terms of education outcomes in this new era, right, that we're talking about, it's focused on developing the whole person for future success, not just the cognitive side only, which has been the domain of education for centuries, but developing the whole person, and then nurturing the core values as a guidance system for skills. Skills also have to be developed, right? And also the acquisition of new knowledge like digital literacy, data literacy, and so on, okay? And also, I think our student graduates have to be really great at relationships, you know, learning how to get along with people who are different from ourselves, who might have a different religion, come from a different tribe, right, race, you name it. The world is very, very connected, very small. We really have to learn how to get along with people who are different from ourselves. I am a contributor to the OECD's Education 2030 project, which started in 2015. That project is trying to answer two questions. What knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values will today's students need to thrive and shape their world? And how can instructional systems develop this knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values effectively, right? So students who are best prepared for the future are change agents themselves, right? And I want to kind of take a moment here to talk about these three areas, right? They're not the same. Not new knowledge, skills, and values. At the turn of the 21st century, new knowledge became a huge focus in educational circles, right? We're talking about technology, digital literacy, and so on, and how important it is for all students, not students who are majoring in the sciences, but every single student needs competency in modern technologies. So that was a good thing. And then around 2015, about 7 years ago or so, 6, 7 years ago, there was an increasing dialogue among educators and among employers too on the importance of skills. So employers are looking for graduates that have skills. We're talking about skills like, you know, the ability to collaborate, to communicate, to be creative, to be a problem solver, to be curious, to be entrepreneurial, right? And these kinds of skills and competencies really have to get developed, you know, in schools at this time. And then in the past year or so, especially through COVID, there was a discussion that started to increase around the importance of values, right? Core values, because it is values that guide skills. Skills are value neutral, and so is technology. Technology can scale a good idea, or it can scale a very bad idea, right? So this area of values is actually becoming increasingly important. And that's why in Global Peace Foundation, for over a decade now, we've honed in on this issue of values, right? And especially the development of character, right, through our Character and Creativity Initiative that equips students with the moral and innovative mindset, preparing them to be good workers, but also to be good citizens and good neighbors as well. And, you know, we're talking about teaching in the new era, teachers in a new era of education. And this is where leadership is becoming more and more important. So leadership is not just the positional leadership of the school head, the school principal, but every single teacher in their own right can rise up to be a moral and innovative leader, right? And moral leadership is a type of leadership that's guided by fundamental universal principles and values. We find these values at the heart of every great faith and wisdom tradition. And moral leadership also promotes the greater good that can benefit not only the individual, but the larger society, nation, and world. And on the flip side, right, the innovative side of leadership harnesses our natural creative need to advance and develop the human condition. coming up with fresh creative ideas and thinking, right? To solve the many problems around us. And we have many, many problems to solve in the world of education. That's why we're calling this series the Transforming Education series, right? So let me get into this a little bit deeper, right? So what does a teacher who's a moral leader, what does that look like, whether it's online or offline? First of all, that teacher has the entire life arc of their students in mind, not just how they will perform in a final exam, which is often, you know, the kind of like transactional goal, right, that we're going after. I think we should be going after a much bigger goal here. And that they also are coming in, they can instill those values, they can become great role models, they can motivate their students to learn and engage and demonstrate really genuine care for the students. We all remember our favorite teacher, right? It's a teacher who cared about us. Why does it have to be just one teacher? All our teachers have the potential to be like that. And then likewise, on the innovative side, right? You know, we're looking for our teachers to be great innovative leaders in their own right, to be designers of learning, right? And this is where, like, you know, educational policy can liberate our teachers, right? So that they can, you know, take the creativity. They're on the front line. They know where the problems are, the issues, the opportunities. So really unleash their great talent, right? The investment that has been made in their education to really transform their classrooms and their schools, right? And the teacher in the 21st century is not just transmitting knowledge, they're a master facilitator. They unleash creativity and curiosity, they motivate learning, they're a great mentor and a coach as well, right? And you know, when we talk about learners, right, we often emphasize you know, how important it is for our students to be continuous learners, but it's not just the students. Everybody involved, right, in the educational enterprise has to be continuously learning. That means the Ministry of Education, the school heads, school teams, teachers, students as well. I think we have some background noise going on. Richard, I don't know if you can mute that or not. I'm a big advocate of collaboration. This is where I'll just pause here a minute. So just to ask if you're not speaking, if you're muted. I don't know if Providence or Richard or Milton can help here.
Yes, Dr. Tony.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You can, yeah. You can mute.
All right, I'll just continue here then.
Caroline, kindly mute your mic. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so collaboration, right? You know, teachers are their own best, I think, resource development.
Is someone calling Caroline?
Yes.
Or is another Caroline?
No, you are requesting to mute your mic.
Okay, so collaboration, right? So there's plenty of opportunity for teachers to work in teams, like professional learning communities, cross-grade teams, cross-subject teams, and so on, and come up with ideas, right, on how to transform learning in their schools. And I think here too, this will also be tremendously helpful to develop student agency, right? Teacher agency and student agency. When we talk about agency in students, for example, this is the belief that students have the will, the ability to positively influence their own lives and the world around them, the capacity to set a goal, reflect on that goal, and act responsibly to affect change. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to like enhance student agency, where students are taking on responsibility for the world around them. Also, interdisciplinary learning is very, very important. I think we can no longer just stay in the comfort zone of our favorite discipline. It's important that students and also teachers too have a second, even a third discipline that they're gaining some competency on. And I'll give you an example. Every product and service we have today is made up of multiple disciplines. We're living in a multidiscipline world. Our smartphones that we all carry with us these days have the traditional disciplines of psychology, computer science, sociology, math, design, security, but also modern disciplines like information systems, hardware and telecommunications, software, services, AI, and so on. And this is where like it's really good for teachers to put students in teams and give them group projects that are real world orientated, right? Where each student is bringing in the perspective of a different discipline, right? Our competency, our strengths. And we've done this with our Leap Hub project, which are incubators in high schools that we piloted in Kenya. I believe our chapter in Uganda now is also started doing this in certain schools. And I think during COVID, we saw some amazing teacher-parent relationships going on. You know, parents are actually the number one. This is where values, character is first and foremost developed in the home, and the school enhances that as a support, right? So school, home communication, teacher-student relationships, teacher to teacher, these are very important levels of collaboration that that are important to enhance. And to facilitate all of this, you know, OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, came up about a year ago with a couple of scenarios about the future of schools, right? And this is one I really like a lot, that educational institutions become learning hubs in the community. This means that this is like the opening of the school walls, right? In a sense, that connects schools to their communities and favoring ever-changing forms of learning, civic engagement, social innovation, getting fresh inputs from the private sector on what they're looking for, right, in graduates as well, and even providing maybe internships for students in the secondary school level. There's so many creative ideas that we can be doing. And as Uganda is considering, you know, this new era of education and teaching as well, I think it's increasingly becoming an ecosystem approach, a whole of society approach, bridging systems, schools, communities, and employers. And we have representatives on this webinar, this forum here today from the public, private, and social sectors, giving very important and different enhancing perspectives, right? That can be very, very helpful in what we're trying to do here. And I think this will lead to greater collective impact results as well. And I just want to, as I'm concluding here, I just want to kind of just remind us all of the 2018 Global Peace Leadership Conference that was held in Kampala. And, you know, President Museveni has called for an African-led renaissance for Africans to take up responsibility for Africa's future. And our chairman, Hyunjin Preston Moon, was echoing the support for this approach. And he was saying that through it, you can expect to see the emergence of more and more effective, moral, and innovative leaders in every sector at every level of society, from the village to the government house. And that's what we're preparing our students for. And he further said, this is Hyunjin Preston Moon, I believe that an African-led renaissance must draw upon the wisdom, heritage, and traditional values of the African village and extended families and apply them in creative ways to building a bright future. So Uganda, with its young population, which is like your #1 asset, really has a really bright future ahead of itself. And here's my concluding points here. Some recommendations for this new era of education. Enhance access, develop the quality of education and skills development, invest in school infrastructure, train more teachers because the population is increasing. It's going to double in size by 2060, actually, in Uganda. And then continuous professional development to improve the quality of education. And I was kind of indicating a little earlier on that teachers can be their own best professional development resource, right? Also develop the quality of secondary, vocational, and tertiary institutions, and better align education curriculum to all levels to match the job market and society as a whole. So really want to thank you all for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you today, and really been an honor to be, it's an honor to be part of this symposium. So thank you very much. I think I'll hand it back to Richard and Milton at this point.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tony Devine. That was a very insightful presentation. I loved and learned a lot from what you have spoken. And thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. So yes. Ambassador, can you be able to reach us? Yes, Ambassador Milton, you're welcome.
Can you be able to hear me now? Yes. So you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Tony Devine, the Vice President of Global Peace Foundation. I can see you are in Seattle head office for education response globally. You have really inspired us and given us a new flesh on how we must reconnect with education, all of us, and the dynamics of how we must actually teach. But what's ahead of us is also very critical. You have also indicated the threats and the opportunities Uganda must harness amidst the opportunities God has given to Uganda. Thank you so much. And if there are some questions from the public, I will be able to bring them to your attention. But as a report from our social media team, many people are following through many media platforms. We have the State Minister for Public Service who wants to, who was invited also to actually briefly talk something before another speaker comes in. She's going, I think, to Parliament, so that the Cabinet Minister and the State Minister can be able to hammer that last nail, calling for teachers to go back to school with a new mindset and also discipline. She has a few minutes, please. The Minister, State Minister, before you go to Parliament, please help us to request also Parliament to put our teachers on the first priorities amidst COVID reopening of schools. Please, State Minister, you come to the floor. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, our dear Ambassador.
Yes, please. We are hearing you loud and clear, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Education and First Lady, Mama Janet, the Honorable Ministers holding various portfolio in the Ministry of Education and Sports, Peace Service Ambassador Mr. Milton Kawula of the Global Peace Foundation, the Permanent Secretary and Technical Officers of the Ministry of Education and Sports, leaders and members of recognized teachers' unions, district education officers and heads of education institutions, our distinguished principals and teachers, our dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to be invited as the chief guest at this very important dialogue with educationists in the country to discuss the invaluable role and contribution of teachers in fighting ignorance, nurturing a competent African child, nation building, and socioeconomic transformation. I would like to take this singular honor of thanking you heartily for recognizing and appreciating the efforts of our dear President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni because he won a Global Peace Award. I thank you very much and may God bless you. One of the strongest pillars of Uganda is the quality of its human capital, built around its education system, consisting of quality human resource, teachers, instructors, tutors, and lecturers. A strong political leadership and well-considered policies under the National Resistance Movement. Investment in education infrastructure and ICT systems, as well as the unwavering commitment of teachers and all other stakeholders of education sector. No wonder the Uganda National Teachers Union, one of the public service labor unions' motto is because we are, the nation is. Teaching is one of the oldest, but also the largest, most popular and revered profession globally. As you all know, teaching evolved from a simple education function from 561 BC into a complex profession dealing with developing the minds of children and young adults, and then preparing them to become worthwhile citizens of society. Government, recognizing the importance of education in national development, has enacted laws as well as put in place policies and systems that make education a national priority, strategic, universal, but also vibrant and dynamic. This is demonstrated by Objective 18 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy of the 1995 Constitution, as amended, which among others provides that 1, the state shall promote free and compulsory basic education. The state shall take appropriate measures to afford citizens equal opportunity to attain the highest educational standard possible. 3, individuals, religious bodies, and other non-governmental organizations shall be free to found and operate educational institutions if they comply with the general education policy of the country and maintain national standards. Today, all the above national priorities and many more others have been achieved. Government has also gone ahead to revolutionize the education system through the universal primary and secondary education, strengthening the infrastructure of schools, increasing the pupil-student-teacher ratio, motivation and pay of teachers, promoting science, technology, and innovation, promoting ICT in learning, partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and development partners, among others. However, like other countries to grapple with the global disruption, that is the COVID-19 pandemic. This shut down the world right from the strongest of nations, the first world, to the least nation in the third world. For the over 2 years, the effect of this phenomenon has been felt in all sectors: transport, tourism, hospitality, global trade, financial sector, education, etc. The few sectors such as health, agriculture, and ICT showed some resilience, although they were also affected. Teachers in Uganda, unfortunately, are among those affected by COVID-19 pandemic, especially those in private schools and those not yet formally employed. This has also not spared those who are qualified teachers and are willing to contribute to nation building, but have not yet been formally employed. I'm also aware of the various endeavors by some teachers to continue to impart knowledge, understanding, skills, and model learners through virtual means during this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for the love for our country and profession. The COVID-19 pandemic has challenged all of us, the education professionals, to reinvent ourselves, build ICT capacity, innovate, build resilience, become versatile, adaptive, and most importantly, save and invest. At a time like this one, I would like to encourage each one of you to invest in becoming an all-round professional, exemplary, multi-skilled, and endeavor to train and become highly qualified and competent. We should also expand our professional network and partnerships for enriching career as we prepare to resume work. Arising out of the strong leadership provided by His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Cabinet, the Minister of Health, and with support from Uganda partners, the private sector and citizens of Uganda, and more importantly, the divine mercy, our country did not suffer the catastrophe Europe and America, Asia, and other parts of Africa have due to COVID-19. As a result of these endeavors, Uganda is on a positive recovery path with the economy opened except a few sectors such as education. This is mainly due to the sensitivity of the sector comprising of infant learners, children, teenagers, and others, also because not all learners are in boarding schools. As we prepare to reopen all education institutions in our country, our duty is to do all we can to ensure that the education sector in particular is successfully opened in 2022 as tentatively planned by government. This, as communicated by His Excellency the President, will depend on our commitment and response to the call to vaccinate against COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccines used in Uganda are used globally in Europe, America, Asia, and most countries in Africa. They are safe, free of charge, easily accessible, and protect against the adverse effects of the deadly virus. I encourage you to report to the various centers to get vaccinated and encourage all stakeholders in the eligible categories to do the same. Besides, you should get ready to resume full-scale teaching, ready to catch
Oh, thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. And we are ready to go back to school, Honorable Minister. We are ready. We have understood that teaching is a calling. You have said it again. We are also committed, Honorable Minister, that we shall go for vaccination. We have also learned that over the years, through these kind of partnerships, all the recommendations that we have brought forth, you have presented to Parliament for consideration. We thank you, and we believe the teachers are now motivated to go back and teach the children. We thank you for your presentation, and we look forward, Honorable Minister, to working with you on further engagements on how this country can start producing global citizens able to impact the world economies, but also bring peace globally. Thank you. I hand over to Professor Richard. Thank you. You're welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabula. We thank you for standing in on my behalf when I got technical challenges. We want to thank all the people who are logged in live by one or another, those who are following by Zoom or following by YouTube and Facebook and other media. At this time, we would like to again request Mr. Kambula to invite Mr. Shukla Mukesh. Shukla Mukesh is chairman of Global Peace Foundation Uganda chapter. He's also the chairman of Shumuk Group of Industries. He's one of the leading entrepreneurs in the country who also attempted and is interested to go to parliament. I think next time he will make it in order to directly use parliament as a platform to scale up our collaboration in order to bring about the transformation of education. He's a very keen person following the transformation of education in the country, supporting directly the schools, our schools that are the model schools in this engagement of transforming education. Mr. Shukla, you are most welcome to talk to the teachers and the nation. Welcome, Mr. Shukla. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And it's a brilliant effort of the leadership, green leadership, especially when I say, and I hereby congratulate all of the leadership, especially the Honorable Minister, His Excellency, the President of Uganda, Mr. Tony Devine, obviously our President, Mr. Moon, and God gracious all of you to put together this marvelous endeavor in this pandemic areas where we are all trying to brainstorm and see that we face the challenges of the world. And God gracious, I'm very happy to see that the courage and resilience is building every day, passes not only in the Ugandans, but over the world to face this pandemic with the positive mindset. I think hereby I will request the Honorable Minister and students and teachers, basically that let's focus on only one thing, to have a positive mindset and resilience so that we get through this challenge. I don't think this is the first challenge we are facing in the world today, and in particular as Uganda. So as the contributions from our side as individual and as private sector and public sector is a very key element to make this recovery as we are going in 2022. Hereby, I'm still feeling that the health sector has done very well, and our casualties are there, but they are not as alarming as some part of the world. So we have to thank God and thank the Health Ministry for the brilliant resilience which they have shown in last 1 year. And I pray to God and to all of us to maintain our attitude of positive mindset and keep resilient approach for the education issues. Now in education, I'm just trying to contribute that multitasking and multi-skill development is the key for 2022 onwards, that we are failing to prevent a global village concept, and we will have to make not only global peace, but global citizens from our youth Ugandans who are all having a challenge of acquiring skills. Their choices are very many, so they have to focus on certain professional skills which they can use it, contribute in the environment positively, and have financial and health developments of their own. So once again, I like to thank all of you to have this brilliant approach. Thank you very much and wish you the best. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Mr.
Oh, thank you, our chairman. Thank you so much. And I have to say, Honorable Minister Muruli Mukasa committed himself to start visiting some of these players we are working with to visit NCDC, to visit the Standards Directorate, to visit DIT. So public service now, ministry it started this summit by committing itself now to strengthen and work with Ministry of Education in a more practical way. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you got to prepare yourself after Honorable Minister Muruli Mukasa coming back. We want to really see 5 to 10 ministers supporting the teachers and the departments of education going forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that addition, Mr. Kambula. Mr. Kambula, do we have General Wilson Mbadi?
The general was on. He has cut and he's in a meeting. We will add him as he comes. So you can proceed with the technical leaders of the country on the education sector, so that the teachers can be trained, and also the government can also listen to them if there are challenges. The whole of State House is also listening in. The whole of the government, parliament is also listening in. All the 3 arms of government are also here listening in to really hear what are the problems, how should we reopen schools. So any guidance, please, will be very welcome, and particularly on going forward for the future of our children. Thank you. You can go on, Mr. Richard.
Thank you. Having heard from our national leaders, we are very grateful that they spared time to be able to address the nation. We now have a set of technocrats, people from the agencies of government that are directly in education. We have DIT, Directorate of Industrial Training. We have National Curriculum Development Center. We have UNATU. The General Secretary is lined up to talk to us. That is the group that brings together teachers under that umbrella of UNATU, and other speakers who have expertise in specific areas that will build up our preparation of teachers to return back to class. At this time, we are scheduled to have a representative of Dr. Grace Aguma of NCDC to come and talk to us about curriculum changes and requirements for successful transition of learners in school. And that is none other than Mr. Sembirige Patrick. Mr. Sembirige Patrick is a technical officer in NCDC, going to deliver on that subject. If Mr. Sembirige is not yet in place, we will then have somebody. Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm online.
Yes, please take on. You're most welcome to talk to us. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Providence, kindly share his screen.
You can proceed.
Okay, just 1 minute.
Mr. Sembirige will be talking to us for about 20 minutes, and then we'll have 5 minutes to open up for discussions if there are any questions.
Share with the members. Oh. Just 1 second, sharing. Oh.
Yes, please. We are hanging up, please.
Yes, I'm trying to share my presentation. Are you able to see it?
Mr. Sembirige, kindly allow to become a panelist so that I can be able to make you a co-host and you'll be having the rights to share your screen.
So.
Yes, you can now be able to share your screen.
Okay. Okay.
Prophetess, you have received the presentation? Yes, please.
No, I don't have his presentation.
Oh, yes. Maybe we can give him the 25 minutes. He can come later after Mr. Patrick Byakatonda. Mr. Richard, you can guide because these are 5 minutes already gone.
Mr. Sembirige.
Yes, please.
You have to go to the bottom, if you're using a laptop, share screen.
Yes, I'm already at share screen, but host disabled participant screen sharing. That's what I can see on my screen again.
So I think you can organize it. You organize it, then you come after your brother, Mr. Byakatonda. It is still the same.
Okay, let us now go to Mr. Kiswiriri from Directorate of Industrial Training, representing Director Byakatonda, if he's ready with his presentation, and then we'll get back to Mr. Sembirige. Mr. Sembirige, just let Providence try to work out your slides, your presentation, and then we'll get back. Mr. Kiswiriri Umar, kindly take on. If Mr. Kiswiriri is not ready, we have Madam Carol Mukasa, the coordinator of UNITE, coming to give us highlights on the new teacher policy, the national teacher policy, in relation to the teachers, so that we prepare as well to enter into the new education era that requires some changes or upgrading of our competencies and so on. Madam Carol, are you ready? We are having a challenge with the two.
Yes, please. I am ready.
Okay. So we are going to hear from, yes, Madam Carol. I'll invite you a minute or two. We are very privileged to have you, a very busy person in a new task force that is creating a new path for the teachers. We are honored to have you as the technical person from the Ministry of Education under the Teacher Education Department. You have a wealth of experience, and we are going to be blessed by having you share with us under your docket of coordinating this new national teacher policy. So please take on this time and guide us for the next 20 or 25 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, the chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to share what we are doing with it as a task force. I would like to introduce myself that I am the coordinator of this work. And what I'm going to share with you is going to be in regard to the work that has been done by the task force. And it is going to be an awakener also to the teachers on what they should expect within the near future. We are towards ensuring that the teachers change for better, and they also prepare themselves better for the new trends and for the betterment of the children's learning. This presentation is basically to sensitize the teachers about what the task force is doing. And it is also to enable the teachers to have a feel of where we are moving towards improving the quality of teacher education. I want to start with taking you into the introduction that the TISA report, which we all might have heard about, and those who might not know. At one time, 2013, Uganda underwent a study, and that study was done by the teacher issues in Sub-Saharan Africa team. And the study wasn't done only for Uganda, it was done for other countries and under the Sub-Saharan umbrella. And this study found a number of issues with the teacher education, one of which was the issues to do with the poor quality, teacher absenteeism, teacher attrition, poor working conditions, and most importantly, and worst of all, lack of accountability on the side of us teachers. And that was a shame. So as we prepare, even in this era when we are getting into COVID issues, teachers must remember that this change that the task force is driving and which Uganda, our country, is planning to take us through is intended to ensure that we become more accountable to our country and we become more accountable to the children that we are going to teach. The First Lady instituted a task force, and that was in September 2020, that was last year. And the task force was inaugurated by the First Lady, represented by Honorable Muyingo, on 28th August. This task force had a role to coordinate and provide direction to the process of establishing the National Teacher Institute for Education as a standard of the National Teacher Policy, which I'm not going to talk largely about. I only talk about our role. And as we proceed, we went into roles that were given to us by the ministry. There were 8 roles, terms of reference, and these terms of reference were to do with the establishing conditions that would lead to the transformation of Chimo and Core PTC into UNITE. And then the other one was to design teacher education academic programs that are going to turn around the teachers as we train them to become more competent and become better for this country, more friendly with children. Establish that skills that are attainable from the respective teacher education programs, and also to identify requisite positions and roles that would form the group of staff of the human resource that will be working in UNITE. We had also to develop relevant policy frameworks and documents that are supposed to support the programs that are being built. And most importantly, we had to put in place policies, which policies are supposed to help in the transformation and support of the implementation of the national teacher policy. I don't know whether my slides are changing. I would like to know, because I still see the first slide on the screen, and yet I've moved. I want to go very much into the method of work, but one of the things that we are required to do is that by the National Council of Higher Education requires that before you put up an institution, you need a number of things: strategic plan, adequate teaching and learning facilities, adequate and appropriate programs, well-qualified staff, supporting policies and governance structures, reliable sources of funding. These, as we plan, indicate to us as teachers that everything we do, we must always plan and have strategic directions that should be guiding us in our work and role of teaching. The overall goal of UNITE is to develop competent and well elaborate teachers who will respond to the education needs of the country. Every teacher out there, you need to understand that this country has needs, and those needs are based on the ideology of this country, which is education for national integration and development. When we are teaching, we are supposed to be focused. How much am I integrating and how much am I supporting national development? Every lesson that one gives is supposed to culminate into national development. But when we are not accountable and we are not giving the best to the child, it becomes quite challenging for us to be able to ascertain our country's development. So in a way, teachers that are out there, if you have cheated this country, you need to understand that your role in the classroom either makes Uganda grow or it suffocates its growth and development. And therefore, you are requested to please, as we start a new institute, to change your mindset, to change the way you think about your work, and to try as much as possible to grow your competences so that they fit into what Uganda wants. So UNITE is tasked. Yes, please.
Excuse me, Madam Carol, kindly click on the slideshow up so that it's full screen. Slideshow.
I clicked on the slideshow, but it's not changing.
Okay. You can proceed if it's taking time.
UNITE would like to develop an ideal teacher for this country, and the ideal teacher that we are supposed to develop is supposed to bear certain competences, and those competences, the competences are supposed to be in terms of professionalism. On the professional side, we would like to understand that how is the teacher supposed to improve and behave themselves professionally and in terms of developing professional competences. In this way, we would like to have a teacher who is professional identifiable, disciplined and professional, ethical, accountable and responsible, committed and punctual. Any time we realized that we are always being told in some of the data that teachers are accounting for they're accounting for very little amount of time that they spend in the school. Most of the time, the teachers come late. They come late as the term begins, and they come late as the term, and they close early. Every day they close early, and they spend very little time within the institute or within the school. So punctuality can be a very simple thing, but it can amount into better learning because you start the lesson early. So we are trying as UNITE to put in place the desired competences that teachers have to see, not only those of methodology, but those to do with our professionalism. And then there is something to do with the teacher symbolism. As UNITE comes on board, we are going to have a very strict look onto the teacher. Does the teacher look at herself as a teacher? Does she appear as a teacher? Does she eat as a teacher? Do you walk as a teacher? Do you dress as a teacher? The teacher in you should be seen. When I walk in my village and when I walk in Kampala and when I am in the taxi and when I am in the bus, people always ask me, are you a teacher? And I'm always happy because then they see the teacher in me. And therefore, for professionalism, we would like to develop those professional competences like self-respect and observing etiquette in all situations where we stay, and asking ourselves whether we are branding ourselves very well as teachers. There are very many professional competences that we need to develop, and one of them is being principled, having a kind of philosophy in you that drives your work. Being principled means that you are driving your life and your teaching on agreed standards. And this is what UNITA wants to stand for. The teachers must be custodians of values. Our society has been eroded with values. We are all scattered, and the teacher must remain together so that they are able to guide the children's develop the values and also portray the life skills and abilities for planning and doing all that. So many desired competences, as we are in the COVID era, technological competences, teacher is expected to become a techno-savvy who is able to manipulate and go through all kinds of technologies to be able to surf and research and learn for the students. Use of multimedia and having ability that can do a number of literacies apart from reading and writing, but many other like information literacy, ability to summarize information. These abilities is what UNITA would like to boost, but as we prepare to open schools, the teachers must refine their skills in technology and in their ability to summarize knowledge, because there is plenty of it on the web. Pedagogical competences, master of methods, and the knowledge of the learner. It is very important for the teacher to understand the learner. I'm doing a presentation. Master of the learner, class discipline, child-friendly skills, and the teacher is supposed to be seen as a person who has virtual presence. Is the teacher seen to be collaborating and networking with others within Uganda, within the other next school, and within countries abroad in Kenya and elsewhere? As you surf the internet, you also need to put some information from Uganda. Let people know that we are also productive and creative. Yeah, we are going to use a lot of the website, we are going to use a lot of internet, we are going to use a lot of these materials. But it's very important for us to also show that we exist and we have very good things here that can work as learning resources. Let us put them on the website so that there's some contribution from us as Ugandan teachers. One of the competences is still the task force thinks that we need to put seriously is environmental competences. Ability for the teacher to be a protector of the environment in as much as preserving it, but also keeping it clean. You know that we have a dirty environment generally, and this competency, we are integrating the environment issues into the pedagogy, to the subject content knowledge, and to everything. And teachers out there, if you teach and you don't talk about some of the issues of cleanliness, children eat in your sight and you don't mention anything about cleanliness, know that you are not for development of this country and you are not worthy the title. And therefore we need to ensure that our environment is well protected and is taken very, very taken care of, because it is the only thing that will remain for generations. So we need to protect Mother Earth and protect all the wealth of this country that are really feeding us. Subject content knowledge expertise is essential for the teacher, and many teachers have been away for a while. We need to read and be up in the game as our children are coming back to school, so that we don't look empty, we don't look different, but we look the authority in knowledge, and to read continuously, create knowledge, and be the life coaches for these children, and content experts, reflective practitioners that are always learning and growing, not to be static, remaining in the little world where time stands still. We need to be progressing. Every other day, teacher must be growing through reflective practice and action research. Researching on your own practices can teach you a lot about how and what to do. A teacher is expected in the Unity era to be a community developer. Once a time, upon a time, the teacher was seen to be on play and to be on top of the community. But now we are under the carpet, and we are calling you teachers out there that as we start Unity and even before, let us wake up to go back to our role of mobilizing communities and building them and guiding them, and also trying to write proposals and try to implement these projects together with our community so that we can solve little problems in our communities. So this is the teacher Unity is trying to plan for, a teacher who is on top of the world, on top of the community, and is still known by everybody in the community. And finally, among the competences is that we would like to see a global citizen, a teacher who is collaborating, networking, and is multiracial and respects culture of different other people and responds to gender. Teacher is seen in the community as one who should be promoting good relations in the community. You must be heard. You must also be seen. You must be stirring that community out there. Make yourself relevant and make the community also relevant. Let us wake up our talent. We are so talented teachers, and we also have a lot to do with the knowledge and skills. Knowledge is taught in the school, but most of it is applicable within the community in which we live. Unity's vision. Now here I'm sensitizing my dear fellow teachers out there and leaders of the education ministry who might be on call, that Unity stands for a competent and competitive human resource. That's the vision we want to see ourselves as nurturing a very, very competitive but very competent human resource. The teacher doesn't become an end in herself or himself, but usually teacher has a multiplier effect. A teacher is one person who produces the rest of the professions. And for that reason, the teacher must be well, the ingredients that go into the teacher must be those that are so concentrated that this teacher will be able to produce doctors, produce engineers who have values and who have service of their country at heart. If the teacher does her work well, learners are going to nurture and also develop these skills from the teacher. So our mission as Unity is to provide quality education training for community transformation. From the competences I talked about, you already see that we have tried to make this mission work into our competences that we want the teacher to develop. And now teachers out there, the motto that Unity is going to stand for is be the teacher, be that teacher. And the teacher, we are going to define our teacher so well that everybody who comes to the institutions will always know that the teacher we talk about is ABCD. It will be something on our fingertips. So when I find you offside, I say, be the teacher. I'll ask you, are you the teacher? So that's our motto. And that teacher will be known and you must understand yourself who you are. So the philosophy, for the first time in Uganda, the teacher education is going to be led by a philosophy, and this philosophy is going to be learn and earn, and it is going to promote service delivery, decision-making, and productivity. So vocationalization is the word that really puts this philosophy clearly, is that as you teach, you live what you teach. Don't just talk about it. I usually give a simple example, is that you might be a teacher of CRE, but you don't pray. You are not a believer. So if you teach what you don't believe in, it is really very absurd. So as a teacher, as we get out of COVID, as we start our journey, we must remember and believe in what we say. Many a time I find that teachers don't believe in the little education principles and the theories that they teach. For example, teachers are told that young children should not be tested by doing mini tests. But you find that teachers are testing these children and forcing them to write. They even help them fold their hands and they say, they are doing a test. But then we are told about how children learn, grow, and think. And then we go against the very theories that we've been nurtured about. So in UNITE, we are trying to say that the teacher must believe in what the education theories say, which have been tested and researched about. Then you also have your own espoused theories and principles. If you believe in something, you must pursue that. But if you believe in something and you don't put it in practice, then you are failing the very mission of why training and teaching existed. We always talk about agriculture. People are in agriculture, people are teaching agriculture, but they don't believe in it. They're not growing anything. As a teacher, you teach, and you go back and do nothing. So did you really believe in those things you talk to the students? We are trying to say that teachers out there, believe in your content. At one time, I was presenting at Rotary and someone asked, at what are the professors prophesizing out there? Because we don't see the philosophies coming into reality. And so our philosophy on vocationalization, learn and earn should come to pass. When I was a kid in my village where I grew up, I used it to plant bananas. I used to grow, to rear chicken. And when I went to school, they remained in the custody of my parents, especially the mother. When she sold the eggs, she kept that little money for me. When she sold the bananas, she kept the money together. And when I came back, she said, now you have some money, you can buy things that you take at school. But today, the children are simply living and they are only changing remotes in their father's rooms. They are doing very little, but just turning the remote. UNITE core values are going to be professionalism, innovativeness, integrity, accountability, lifelong learning, and autonomy. I want to talk about only a few, and one of it is autonomy. It relates to teachers taking some decisions and also standing on the principles and the policies of government. Many a time we abuse policies of government because we don't believe in them, even when we are supposed to implement them. We don't believe in many of the theories and principles. So a teacher with autonomy will tell the parent that no, for this study to run well at this age, it is good for me to also use the local language so that the parents are educated by the teacher. But the teacher is the first to define the rules, and the children are really at loss. So we're asking teachers to stand on what they believe and to stand on the policies. Our objectives are 6. The first objective is provide quality teacher education. That is one of what the roles of UNITE. Second is to promote transformative education through vocationalization. Coordinate and implement continuous professional development. The teacher must keep growing, advancing, learning from experience and experiences of others. Enhance lifelong learning, promote research, innovation, and community engagement and community practice. Train and develop teachers who are cognizant of ethical values. We have lost some of the ethical values, but we need to come back. Now, proposed governance management structure in UNITE, we shall have a governing council and we shall have the head of the institute. We are proposing, and we stand to be guided, will be called the Director General, being an institute of a very highly specialized caliber. To be an institute of high notch, very, very top institute, talking about values and talking about everything okay? The proposed governance and management structure is already thought about. There we have the government on top, appointments body, finance, and many other departments. We've written some policies: human resource, strategic plan, quality assurance, a policy, teaching and learning policy, admission, financial management policy. These are in high drafts and they are really about ready. These are the titles that the director, UNITE will be headed by Director General. This is for your information. And then the assistant will be a deputy director general, and for academics, the other will be deputy director general, finance and administration. There is another director general for outreach activities, but those positions will not be filled all at once. They may be filled progressively. So I have an academic registrar, institute bursar, and institute librarian, and all that. We've written some programs, and some of them are Bachelor of Science with Education, Biology, PE, Bachelor of Science with Education, Physics, Math, Bachelor of Science, Math, PE, Bachelor of Science, Biology, Chemistry, Bachelor of Vocational Education, Agriculture, Bachelor of Education, Primary Science, Bachelor of Education, Early Childhood Education, Bachelor of Education, Primary Arts, Diploma, sorry about that era, Diploma in Education, Primary, and Diploma in Education, Art and Design. And we shall also have Diploma in Education, Science. So as we come towards the end, we would like a teacher who is self-made. We had to define the teacher, and I've taken you through some of the competences. But there are also this interesting one that we say the teacher should be an ICT expert, pedagogical leader, researcher, and should have that personal character aptitude that enables them to continue to search for information and to utilize it well. The programs for UNITE are so unique, and they are led by a philosophy. They are also focused on learning, and they are also very dynamic in the sense that they look at the very current issues and also integrate cross-cutting issues. These courses are going to be blended. That's why teachers need to get skills in ICT. They are going to be blended, both face-to-face, but they also be taught online using the modern of learning. We've changed our assessment, and assessment is going to change a bit. We have really looked at assessment because it's one of our big challenges in Uganda. We are not assessing rightly, and we are not assessing well. So UNITE is coming to train the teachers in proper assessment, working with UNEP and NCDC, our partners. We shall ensure that assessment is done better. We shall have a 40% for examinations and 60% for the practical and courseworks. The courses this time are well aligned to the syllabuses of the lower secondary, higher secondary, primary, and pre-primary. So we've tried to see that the topics are speaking to the syllabus, which the teacher is going to teach, which hasn't been the case. There has been a lot of mismatch, and now UNITE is saying, as you teach the teachers, those people train teachers, make sure that they are well aligned to the syllabuses that they are going to deliver. There is a lot of research integrated into the programs. Each program has some action research, has some activities out there. We want students out in the field, within the schools, and less in the classrooms. So there is going to be, the courses will respect currency, and they also respect sensitivity to our cultures. Our approach to writing, I won't go through it because I want to finish on time so people can ask some questions. But it was a rigorous process of preparation, document analysis. We identified subject experts to write these programs, and we oriented them on the character of the UNITE programs. We showed them where we've been and where we want to go. And so we wrote, and we are doing a lot of peer review as we write. And we do present as we write and improve ourselves. And then we are presented for the first time of academic programs. I've been teaching in a university, but I've not been developing programs like this, but we just chose to change. We are writing academic programs consultatively with the national, the Teacher Education Working Group. And we have presented to them, they said, wow, these programs, if they are really implemented the way you've written them, we are going to see a big change towards the positive direction. Assessment, as I told you, has changed, and we are changing it to try and help our teachers to develop rubrics and assess right, to collect data and to analyze it and make sense of it so that they're able to advise the children and do it assessment for learning support the children in the course of learning instead of collecting marks. The code of conduct, I don't know how much I have to talk about it, but we are putting a lot of emphasis, and a special course has been written, dear teachers. We have been hiding and doing errors here, and then we run away, we run to another district. Now a National Teacher Council has been put in place to check our discipline. And the teachers out there, we need to be well disciplined, because the law now will catch us. The law will not leave us. So we have a full course in addressing the gap on teacher indiscipline. We've written a course on ethical and legal issues, so that a teacher gets to know that when you are unethical, there is a law that will arrest you, and then they keep in check. We would like teachers to be very enterprising. We've also written a course on teacher entrepreneurship skills, how to manage little backyard farming skills to improve nutrition at home, to save money by the food we grow. At the same time, where you can find somebody to keep this for you, and you make a little money out of it. So we are trying to see how does a teacher balance the work of teaching and then the work of developing herself or himself in financial literacies. So that course is going to address financial literacy. Many teachers are in debt for a moment. Many teachers don't have their money. The cards are with the borders, the cards are with the bank, and the teachers are really, some are about to be pronounced bankrupt. And yet, in the public standing orders, a teacher should not render themselves, any public officer should not render themselves bankrupt. Therefore, teachers out there, my dear colleagues, we need to check ourselves, because we have to stand smart. We are the educators, and people must learn from us. So the way we handle our money, the way we manage our money, who is handling your ATM right now, or the ATM of the people, for the people in UNATO? We need to work on this battle, fight it, and win it. So we are going to talk about teacher entrepreneurship, and a lot will be, I think, improved. In summary, the differences that UNITA is going to bring on board, that entry requirements are going to change. So tell our sisters and brothers out there that the entry requirements will change. For the competent teacher we want, we are going into a level, and all levels have to start working very hard when they are in school. They have to read hard, because they have to really pass every course. Now, teachers, we no longer want people failing to be the ones joining. We are trying to say that teaching should be a first sought after career, a career that people want to join, not as a last result, but by choice. We are going to work slowly and walk the journey slowly towards that. Duration of training will remain 3 years in the university, but there is a year for internship, which makes the 4th year. And the internship year, according to proposals on ground, is that this year will be managed by the National Teacher Council. And the National Teacher Council, when you finish being trained in Makerere, Chambogo, Mbale, Mbarara, Gulu, and elsewhere, you will have to come to National Council and take a course, and UNITA there will come to draw the standards. UNITA will come to support the National Teacher Council to check the quality of training from the different universities. To level the ground, there will be a special course that will be a course for internship, to look at the community skills. Does this teacher work with the community? Does he manage the school well? Does he do pedagogy perfectly well? So the teachers we are going to work with, and which we want to nurture, are teachers that are going to be all around, working with the community to grow the children, and also working very well with other schools that they are in the neighborhood with. Ladies and gentlemen out there, teachers, the UNITA and the National Teacher Policy proposed the 3-pathway career. And the 3-pathway is on leadership, teaching and learning, and then specialization in issues like curriculum, assessment, and others. The other thing which is changing, which I talked about, is that our theory will be marked, examination will be marked at 40%, while the coursework will be jealously guarded as assessing competences. Our curricula is competence-based, and assessment is tailored on each competence. Each competence is assessed practically all through a test or an examination. It hasn't been easy, but we are trying to work and see that teachers learn to assess competences. and not to just give scores for the sake. We need to see that the competence has been demonstrated, and then we score it. Then there will be mandatory CPDs. Registration is not going to be once. The policy says we need to register after 2 years. You take a CPD and then you take back your certificate to National Council. I mean, for National Teacher Council, and you are registered again. So there will be biannual registration. Our programs are based on the indigenous knowledge, but at the same time, looking at the global trends that are coming. Mixing the two will give us a very good hybrid. We don't need to forget where we are coming from. We need to know that these things have been part of us, the indigenous ways of growing food, but we can also look at the way of advancing them without losing the core value, without losing the core principle of what the indigenous communities do respect. There will be internship, and this will be a full year at school, and this will be in the guardianship of the National Teacher Council and the UNITE. The focus on ethics is going to be strong in all courses, that every teacher will talk about ethics and will talk about professionalism, not wait for the teacher who's teaching professional studies. But everybody will be reminding you, be the teacher. You know, are you the teacher? And so the philosophy will drive you the next. We would like to see a global contemporary thinker, and these others, I think, we shall see them another time. We are going to have, we have surveyed the institutions. We are going to have 5 campuses. That is Kaliro, Kabale, Amobende, Muni, and Unyama. Those campuses, we have already surveyed them, and that data is speaking to what is there. We know the number of teachers who have PhDs, those teachers who have masters, those teachers who have masters or first degree. And we are also partnering with the French to make sure that these teachers try as much as possible to get towards the right qualification for UNITE. So we already got 2 partners who would like support students who already registered for PhD and master's degrees to continue with the studies, because at university, as you all know, it is important that the lecturer gets a degree. That's the requirement. Now we have this unit is going to be funded by government, and we thank very much government who has been so committed to supporting the task force up to where we are. All this work we have done mostly by the government supporting us. The Uganda shilling is there. It's going to support UNITE, and we trust Mama Janet Kaguta Museveni and the president that this is their baby. They will support the baby to take milk and to grow. But we also have friends who will give us the dollars on the other side, which are doing income generating projects, and the lecturers will do also consultancies and research that will fetch some funds for the institute and public partnership with the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot, I have gone through it very fast. I thank you for your kind attention. Lamanoi, our before, Mwebale Nyo, Wanyala, and Alakara, Noi, Asante Sana.
Wow, that's great. That's wonderful. Madam Carol, that is quite powerful. Teachers, you have heard, be the teacher.
Yes.
Be the teacher. That has caught on very strongly. We thank you very much. We just are wondering when we can have the next engagement, more teachers. This information has to go out to turn around our education system by re-equipping, retooling the teacher. We want to say thank you, and please convey our appreciation to the Commissioner, Teacher Training. And we have enjoyed your wonderful presentation, a lecturer, a teacher trainer. I'm very passionate about this area of changing or improving on the competence of the teachers. At this time, I would like to read a few questions. And Madam Carol, I don't know, your paper did not focus on the aspect of remuneration, but there are some things I can mention, and other speakers can also address them as they come along. There are 4 questions so far I've seen. One is asking that they have now attained higher qualification, but there are no jobs. They are not being recruited. For many, many years, somebody says 15 years, I have already qualified, but I can't get recruited. I think two people are talking about that. Another one is saying, what about the assessment? Our national assessment is still focusing on cramming. It is measuring cram work rather than the new innovation, creativity, and the competencies we are talking about. How will this development be attained without changing our national assessment? But you have talked about it in the new policy. It is going to be addressed. Another one is saying, what about these subjects that are dynamic, geography, and so on? But if the changes are not documented, how will the teachers cope with the changes? Because things keep changing globally, the environment is changing. So the teaching of these subjects also need to be constantly updated in terms of information. Those are some of the questions that have come up so far. But so you feel, Madam Caro, you can address something on the side of the remuneration?
Yeah, remuneration.
The ministers would have talked about that. I don't know whether they are still on, but
actually, but I just want to answer it from a teacher's perspective, is that government has been really doing their best to do the remuneration on at certain areas. As a university lecturer, I know that there has been a lot of increment on that side. And I think government has a plan to improve public service payments and remuneration, not only for teachers, but for the rest of the employees. It's a big plan, and it also informed the trend of the teachers getting the new teacher policy and also saying, let's get all teachers start at a degree. In a way, when you are uniform, when everybody has the same qualification, it becomes easy so that other people don't complain that it is only university lecturers, it is only secondary school teachers that are being paid well. For us as United Task Force and myself as the head tech secretariat, we keep reminding our head of department, Mr. Kamwana, that we need to get interministerial a kind of meeting to talk about the change that is coming. And our friends who are in the pocket, who are keeping the treasury, and those who are also keeping the planners, to really start planning that in the next 5 years, when the grounds are leveled, that there will be a change, and teachers are all anticipating that this change fetch them a little more money. But on the side of us as teacher educators, we think that we need to train, because we've realized that there isn't any salary that can be adequate. So while we would like our government to remunerate us, yes, that's right, we should be able also to find means of trying to find resources, and also trying to use our money to multiply. We must be multitaskers. As we teach, we should be making money. I see many people who are in business, they can be in a place and money is working for them. So we as teachers, we need to integrate all this knowledge so that we don't remain behind and keep only asking for the increment. I'm not saying government will not. Government, I'm sure, being a parent, will address these issues, but we also need to take ourselves out of the ropes by using the money we receive to multiply and not to consume it all. So I may not have a very definite answer on remuneration as per now for those who are already upgrading. You know, it has been a puzzle for government that some people upgrade. Of course, government had the grade 3 teacher for primary as the sufficient teacher. Now we've raised this to the degree, and I think by 5 years, government will also be shifting slowly towards that even payment. That's my prayer, and that's my hope, that we pray for government to get the money, and we also work hard. As we pay the taxes, we also produce the money, and the money will get back to us. We should be hopeful that this strategy will work, because all of us are working towards that year after the training, that all the teachers will be getting this money. It has been individual effort, and I think maybe local governments have not been having those kind of irregularities in payment, that one is paid this much and one is paid the other. I may not answer for them, but I think every system works in its own way. I don't know very well the reason behind not paying those teachers who have upgraded. But my understanding is that probably government's focus was basically on different levels that are pertaining to primary teacher is this and the degree is that. And that's the reason we would like to level up and ask our dear government to look at us. Assessment, focusing on cramming. Once you go to the kitchen and the teachers, as I said, I was talking about self-belief. We need to train teachers who believe in what they're learning and who believe in what they see and live. The part of the problem why assessment has not changed is that teachers don't believe in what they are taught. And the parents come and they drive them the other side. Then they go off the principles of what they learned, and therefore there isn't any systematic progression. But we believe that once the kitchen of teacher education is well prepared and teachers know what to do when they are assessing, many teachers don't understand even continuous assessment. You bear me witness. They don't understand how to do it well. But once we improve the way we train them and we understand continuous assessment, and most importantly, they are ethical, not to cheat for the learner, but to know that this learner competence is not developed, and this competence has been developed, then this the improvement, I'm so sure, will come from the multiplier effect from every teacher that wants to really do things right. Partly we've been the problem. Partly now, I don't want to answer for UNEB, but when we meet in our interdepartmental, we shall discuss why UNEB is assessing the way they're assessing. I've noted that they have improved in the way they ask questions. We need to begin to appreciate those little little steps towards the right direction, because before the questions were worse. Nowadays, there is a bit of reasoning that's coming up. The other time, we shall see ourselves capture the continuous assessment, and then the results will take a smaller percentage, and we shall all be celebrating. So you know about there, this question was for you, and the answer is deep in your heart. Subject dynamic changes like geography and whatever. I've mentioned action research, and I've talked about reading and reading broad, is that we need to be changing our curriculum more often than we have been doing, especially in teacher education, so that we don't get stale and we enrich curricula along the way. As you teach, you need to enrich curricula. Like now for COVID, are we going to wait for the syllabus to be revised before we teach the children to wash their hands and to keep a distance, and how COVID is treated locally using the indigenous, we have indigenous people out there, teachers. I know that you didn't have 3 million to buy a cylinder of gas. So you survived by God's grace and because of the hubs out there. So we need to protect and conserve our environment, the beautiful country with the right climate. We need to keep it so that it is partly fighting our battles, like the battle of COVID. So we are the ones to answer. Usually when you are doing reflective practice, you point very little to the other person, but you point mainly at yourself and ask, what can I do? And we as teachers must solve the education problems, because the army men are fighting the wars out there. For us, our wars are illiteracy and poor low numeracy. We have to have the answers, and we have to have the attitude and determination to solve them. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That I think done it justice. I see one of the pieces in your paper was saying that in future assessment, final assessment will account for 40%, and 60% will be classwork and coursework. So we are heading in that direction. Thank you very much.
The authority
We are now going to go to the next speaker. We thank Madam Carol for representing ably education department.
They've given them permission to use their curriculum. And when and that curriculum is supposed to be certified UNCBC, I did see.
Madam Carol.
So I'm saying yes, they are ready for
Yeah, we thank you. Providence,
Yes,
kindly,
please.
yes, we are ready to go to the next presenter. We thank you. We are getting back to
Thank
Mr.
you very much.
Sembirige.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. We are getting to Mr. Sembirige now.
The department also has let us know. At one time they had started working out.
Mr. Sembirige of National Curriculum Development Center, representing the director, Madam Grace Baguma. I think we go to Mr. Kiswiriri. Mr. Sembirige is having connection problems. We welcome Mr. Kiswiriri Omar, speaking for director.
This Patrice.
Hello?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Richard.
Yes.
Hope everyone is getting me.
Oh, yes, sir.
Kindly turn on your video, or Providence enable his video, or his share his screen. He has a PowerPoint.
Yeah, he has rights to share his screen.
Go ahead, Mr. Umar. Share your screen. Hello, Mr. Kiswiri, do you need help?
I'm on.
Okay.
Yes.
Go right
so
ahead.
much. Thank you so much, Mr.
You have
Richard.
20 minutes, and then 5 for answering questions, Q&A.
Okay, thank you so much. Protocol observed. Good morning, members. I'm Swiriri Umar, the qualifications officer in charge of assessment and certifications at the Directorate of Industrial Training. And I'm sitting in for our director, Mr. Byakatonda Patrick, who would have been here, but because of some commitment somewhere else, he delegated me to take in his spot. And first of all, I would like to talk about DIT, or the Directorate of Industrial Training. Let me share my screen. Yes. The Directorate of Industrial Training is a Uganda quality assurance body under the Ministry of Education and Sports, offering.
Mr. Umar, kindly click on the slideshow to start your slideshow. Either at the bottom, there is a handle there. Yes.
Like that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The Directorate of Industrial Training, as I said, is a quality assurance body under the Ministry of Education and Sports, offering quality assurance interventions within Uganda, East Africa, and at international level in the technical vocational education and training subsector. This directorate is mandated by the BITVET Act that was resolved in 2008. And among other things, it has got functions of identifying the labor market needs, for the occupational competencies, develop occupational standards, graduate work-based training schemes, apply and expand the Uganda Vocational Qualifications Framework. At the directorate, we also do accredit those training institutes, training centers, could be companies, could be those workshops, Like the garages, we also accredited them as assessment centers where assessments can take place, and also award the Uganda vocational qualifications. DIT draws its mandate, as I've told you, from the BTVET Act 2008. The regulatory framework drives therein to assess and award those qualifications. The Act established Uganda Vocational Qualification Framework, which requires Industrial Training Council as the governing body of the directorate, and at the same time as the policy-making body for the directorate. DIT has got different functions. One of the functions is to identify the needs of the labor market for occupational competencies, accredit institutions or companies as Uganda Vocational Qualification Framework Assessment Centers, also develop occupational standards. Here we call them the ATPs, those are the assessment and training packages, the curriculums or the standards, together, we develop them together with the National Curriculum Development Center, the NCDC. And these are the standards that training, when carrying out training in the vocational world, that these people do apply and follow. We also award the Uganda Vocational Qualifications. That's a brief introduction about DIT, and we are located at the Ginger Road industrial area next to Univision. Yes. The topic is about integration of the competence-based education to deliver employable school graduates. Competence-based education approach allows students to advance based on their ability to master a skill or competence at their own pace, regardless of the environment. This method is tailored to meet different learning abilities and can lead to more efficient student outcomes. When we talk about competence-based education, that we are looking at skills, we are looking at incorporating skills that are really required in the world of work, that are really required in our workplaces, those competences. And here we only have the competence-based education. It's a form of training or a study mechanism that allows students to do, it can give students opportunities and time that they can develop these skills, or they can get to master these skills or the required information or knowledge at their own pace. So when we talk about competence-based education, we basically do have that in mind, that these people will be able to advance their competences and skills. Members, we have that paradigm shift of the vocational education training. If we are to integrate this kind of system into our education, then we are going to shift from just looking at a matter of how many papers has someone accumulated, to the other side of what has someone do. Because you having many papers of the degrees, the PhD, the else, without knowing what to do, that's really not, to some people it's okay, but in the real world of work, it's of no use. So when integrating the competence-based kind of education, we have to focus so much on what can someone do. Those are the skills that are relevant in the world of work. Then we have who are the people to benefit. Here on the other side, we have the school leavers. Then in the competence-based kind of training or education, we have all peoples. And I guess everybody in this world, not only in Uganda, but the the global world, people need skills. We all need skills. And competence-based training or education, it is so much focused on the workplace oriented environment. The previous speaker was talking about focusing on so much practicals and which is true, which is the best thing, that teachers should be practical oriented. No, they should teach what they do. So, and how do you do that? Is when you really have that workplace oriented environment, than calling people or students or whatever to come to just sit in class, look at someone reading or someone telling them stories, and later on they go out. Then we shift this system from not only government, but also to the public and private sector partnership. The first speaker, Mr. There's some speaker who talked about having the ecosystem, I can say. Yes, it was about the ecosystem, whereby it encompasses all the sectors, the workplaces, the government, the schools, and also the social factor, that's the community. So in this competency-based kind of training, we need all those stakeholders. We involve them so that we can achieve this as we are intending to do. Then, what is the competence? Competence is the ability to perform a task or work well, or work activity well. And most cases, competencies are based on the minimum standards. When you talk of the minimum standards, that means there are some levels that we consider someone to be competent. For example, if you say it's a driving school, you may be putting on the left indicator, but you can't engage in the gear. And someone also engaging in the gear, not putting on the indicator. If the standard is that you have to do both of them, once you do one of it, I presume you have not showed your competencies well, and no. Then competencies focus on what is expected of an employee or worker in the workplace, rather than on the learning process, and embodies the ability to perform and apply skills and knowledge to new situations and the environment. When we bring in this competency-based education, we shall be focusing so much on what is the real world of work. What are our employees do want from us? What can we deliver to these people? As you a worker or as you an employee, what can you do? What skills are you there to show? No? You've sat in class for 7 years, that's primary. You sat in class for 6 years, 7 plus 6, those are 13 years. But at the end of the day, they are going to ask, what can you do? You have all the knowledge, which is true. But how do you apply that knowledge? What can you do? That's what the competency-based kind of training focuses on. It also emphasizes the outcome on the and application of skills and knowledge. What I've been explaining, what can you do? What are the outcomes of your knowledge? What are the outcomes of your skill? You having much information, it is okay and it is good, but how do you apply that information? I think that's where our target could be, where our target is most focused on that we have to integrate this competency-based education. We need to focus on how do these candidates or our people out there, how do they really use this knowledge, and how do they apply this knowledge in the world of work? Yes, we are having that diagram there, which has got the skills, the knowledge, and experience. The skills, those are the hands-on performance actions. Then we have the knowledge, the learning and understanding. Then we have the experience, which is the scoop of orange, When you say experience, that means the the way that the skills that someone has got in different fields, the more experience I believe that someone is. So when you look at all those three circles, they are intersected by one thing, and which combines all of them. That's what we call competence. When we are bringing up this competence-based training or education in our education system, which is the best way to go, we need to focus on those things. We need to focus someone which skills that are really required out there. I'm training a student, I'm teaching a student, but what am I teaching this student to be? No, I might pump the student with more information, but at the end of the day, what am I looking at these students to do out there? And what are the things that I'm teaching this student or the candidate? Are they the required skills out in the world of work? So that's what we should focus on, as in the knowledge, those are, it applies to the experiences, and the skills are developed abilities to do work. Then also the information helps in, like always the information to develop those skills. Then the entire circle of skills, entire circle of knowledge, entire circle of experience, the competences, it is governed by one thing, which is the attitude, which is the behavior of all of us all. I might be having the skills, I might be having the competences that are required, but if my behaviors and my attitudes are in the negative direction, trust me, by all means, I will not develop those skills and not be taken up by any labor market out there. No? So we need to focus so much, and we need to have our attitudes. We need to have positive attitudes in our day-to-day lives as we bring up these competences or skills in our world of work. Then competence-based education and training is an approach, the technical and vocational training and education, that emphasizes the development of skills, competencies that are required in the world of work. I've talked about that we need to focus on training our students, what is really required in the world of work. Pumping them with information, it's okay, but also training them on the real skills that are required out there. No? Then it also focuses, the focus is shifted from inputs into the training to the outcome training. Recently, I can say before the lockdown, no, even currently right now, the education system is like, people, you find schools, a school is in like a house, a homestead, that's a secondary school. They're having all the subjects. They don't even have any laboratory equipment. They don't have any, maybe a playground, but it's a secondary school. So we may find that that kind of setting, it focuses on so much input, just giving people information, teaching them history of East Africa, history of South Africa, history of what, geography, SST, mathematics, biology, theoretically, no? So that someone comes out with all the information. And at the end of the day, when someone is applying for the job, they're asking that someone, what can you do? No? That's why we find that there's someone who asked a question like, our education system focuses on so much on assessment for cramming. It is true, just because of the setting of some certain centers or schools. You can't find a school without a laboratory. What is it going to teach in the practical? Of course, it's going to focus so much on theory, and when theory is all about reading. So you have to read, you have to cram, because it's all the information. No? So this is the best competence-based education, focuses on so much of the outcome training. What do we expect from these people? No? Also, it focuses on intended outcomes are delivered from these outcomes. We mainly get them from the world of work. No? When we do the, let me say here at the Directorate of Industrial Training, we do labor market scan. This labor market scan helps us to find out the occupations and what they really require. And those are the things we focus on. That is when you are going to be, when you want to be this person, when you have to have this profession, then you must focus on this. No, you must train this because this is what is required out there. When you want to become, let me say, when you want to become a motor vehicle mechanic, no, then you have to read this, you have to train this, because this is what they are going to ask about you from this is what is required out there. If you want to become a welder and metal fabrication technician, then please you do this, you train in this. And that's what all competence-based education is all about. Focuses on what is required in the world of work. And I think it's high time that our education system gets to be vocationalized, that we have the other system of people sitting in classroom, get their books, get textbooks, get pens, start reading those stories that are written by some other people else. We also focus on, bringing out these skills that are really required in our labor market. Yes, people read textbooks, but people read stories, people read information. That information has been written by some other person, and you put that in the head. Then at the end of the day, they're asking, what can you do? And that's what is competence-based education is all about. This type of system has got some principles. As you can see on the on a screen, we have the flexible and kind of modularized training. Someone can choose to break the system, that I would like to my training to go in bits per bits. Let me capture these skills. Then at the same time until I get other skills, until I get the professional line that I really might desire to take. There's also got also assessment. They are flexible. Competency-based training. If you're looking at the skills, you don't expect to assess someone in all the skills at the same time. Let someone master one skill, let them be trained on, assess on that skill, go train another skill, until you really get all the professional skills in your line of profession. Then recognition of formal and informal training. Formal training is the one we have in our education system of sitting in class, reading, someone teaching, giving information, and also practical. Then informal training is whereby you have only passing on skills. You get someone who is well skilled, then train someone how to bring out those skills. If we are training someone to do motor vehicle, of course, we get a mechanic from the garage. That someone can really train the other person without even sitting in class. So here in best education, when you're integrating it in our education system, we also need to focus that this kind of practical oriented training should be emphasized. Let's have more on that practical oriented kind of training. Someone sits in class for some few hours, goes out and implements what he has been training in class practically and hands-on, doing it, that thing hands-on. Then it's a self-paced kind of learning. How is it self-paced? If you have a skill that you want, you can take it at your own time. You are studying agriculture, let me say, but agriculture is a seasonal kind of practice, because if the season until there, you want to cultivate. So you have to get the seasons, then you do the cultivation, then you have to do the preparation, you have to do the whatever things that. Then if you are doing something like motor vehicle engineering or mechanic, of course you start by what skills, what are you first starting with? How to dismantle an engine, then you first, you get those skills, then you go to another part, then you go to another part. And these things you can teach them by yourselves. This is what competency-based kind of training is, to give someone allowance to do it, no? Than this kind of education whereby you need to have a teacher in front of you for some information you will not understand it. You don't understand it unless someone has told you do this. So, and also another principle is a workplace learning. We can't integrate competency-based education on online class. We need to have those real world fields of learning, no? Someone sits in class, after class, someone goes to the garden. Someone sits in class, after the class, someone goes to the garage. Someone sits, goes to the where that real aspect is taking place. I can give you an example. We teach people, you may find at the university, they teach people, students, those fitter machinists and what, and those mechanics. But they're training someone to go and work, maybe in a sugar factory, let me say like Kakira Sugar Works. Then, but someone is training, is teaching that he has never visited that sugar factory. He has never seen those machines physically, only seeing them on BB, on a blackboard or on the projector. He has never had that chance of really, handling that machine. Then at the end of the day, someone is presenting a CV, someone is presenting his application for a job placement in a sugar factory that even he himself he has never visited. So members, I think it's time let's shift from that thing of just sitting in class to focus on so much that people, at the end of the day, after me teaching you what I want you to become, what do you want to become, then let me train you on that particular thing. Let me give you that chance to focus. And let me give that chance, that opportunity also to have the hands-on experience on that particular profession that you are yearning to be. How do you implement this competency-based education? The training delivery, that's one I've been talking of. Let's make it so much practical oriented than theory. I can say let's make our training vocation, this competency-based kind of training, let's let it be so much of the practical. Let these people have experience, hands-on experience as they are learning, so that by the time they get out of school, someone is able to operate whatever thing is operating. Someone is able to do than someone knowing. Because at the end of the day, I think there's no interview whereby find a panelist asking how much do you know than how much can you do. Most of them ask how much, what can you do? What can you do to help this organization develop? What can you do? They don't ask how much do you know. No? So let's focus on that training level, that we focus on so much on practicals. Let it so much be practical oriented kind of training. And we have the continuous assessment. As the previous speaker said, Madam Carol, it's always have those assessments, no? There's evaluations mechanism of knowing which skills as someone has attained, has someone attained these skills. We continuously assess them, having those tests, having those classworks, and also the assessment examinations, and also that. So when we're implementing this
Mr. Omar, 3 minutes, please.
Okay.
3 minutes to conclude, please.
Yes, also the monitoring and evaluation of the competency-based training also should be emphasized. Centers, schools, and also the authorities should really focus on the monitoring and looking at how these people are really faring with this. Yes, that's a table showing the difference between the traditional kind of training and the competency-based training, whereby this one requires knowledge, the other one skills, then this one is a philosophy, introspection, then the other is job analysis, teaching is lecturing, then the competence is so much demonstration and practice, That's about how the world of work requires skills, then the education and provide those skills. Then there we have that mismatch, that gap. And who does the bridging of that gap? It is the standards that are developed by the national NCDC, all those assessment bodies that do bridge these gaps so that can bring the skills of work, the skills required in the workplace, and also the skills provided in the training centers or schools. Then we have advantages of that, of the competence-based education. The students work on their own pace. It is flexible. It's a ticket to gain real world of work. Someone having that real experience. Then personalized way of teaching. Purpose-driven. Someone is taught what is required in the world of work. Then the skills-based program to ensure quality. Because quality is known of what can you do, those skills, those competences, and how can you do them. Then in conclusion, in response to the current competitive and global economy, there is a call for employers and professional organizations for higher education to deliver graduates who possesses relevant competencies and skills. Once we all of us have those skills and competencies, then this system of unemployment, it will be, because at the end of the day, if you fail to get a job, if you fail to be employed, you are able to start your own employment. And this is the best way to go, that it reduces this problem of unemployment. And for that, I'll beg to end there. Thank you so much, members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiswiriri Umar, for ably representing Director Mr. Byakatonda and DIT. We appreciate your time, your knowledge, and the sharing you have given us. To the audience, yes, just keep on, if you can keep on a bit in case there are questions, but I would like to connect your presentation to all the previous speakers that have already come, that if you have been listening carefully, we in the audience, you will notice that as if all the speakers sat together and prepared their papers. It has the same message, the same theme, same content, and it is simply pointing to the fact that we must now go to the new direction, the new education era, and that is the era of work, the era of producing students who are employable, who can create employment and not seek employment. That started with the minister who emphasized it. Honorable State Minister also did the same. And all the other speakers are now showing technically what the ministry is doing to change our curriculum, to change our education system. So all your topics and your presentations are well matched, and they are intertwined and connected powerfully to show us that Uganda is not being left behind in transiting to the 21st century education, 21st century economy, 21st century leadership, so that we are able to transform our society. Thank you very much. So all these are linked. Just one aspect I wanted to bring to your attention for DIT, and that is, as NCDC is rolling out the new lower secondary curriculum, which is actually competence-based, they also explained to us that DIT will actually certify our students at whatever level they are in their subjects that they are doing, their vocational subjects. So somebody who does home management, even at senior 2, can be certified at particular skills set and begin working. And they can actually do something with themselves and not wait for a whole cycle, 4 years, a whole cycle of 6 years of secondary. So that means that we, the teachers, we need to guide our learners that they can get certification from DIT, and therefore there should be that linkage, that communication between DIT and the institutions, for DIT to come and explain all this and provide the information and the procedures for how this can be done. Also, we've noted that UNITE is actually wrapping up everything by saying that in the next few years, everything will actually be what you're talking about. The whole system is going to change, the education system. So the teacher has to be able to produce students who are competence-based. and not just knowledge-based. So we thank you, Bwana Omar. And
thank you so much.
Yes, I'm trying to see if there is a question from your paper which has come up. I think it is the same questions that were there before. Allow me now to invite the Honorable State Minister to address the issue of remuneration and recruitment, because she's still with us online. You're welcome, Honorable Minister.
But we are in exams this week. Will you be able to do exams?
Sorry, that's the question, not audible. We are inviting the State Minister to talk about remuneration. She has some contribution there. Hello, Mr. Kambula?
Yes. I think the Honorable Minister is on. I think she'll be answering that question, but I want also to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Walusi Mbi Abe, who is following the discussions. He's the the Senior Presidential Advisor on Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President. You're welcome, Your Excellency. That you committed yesterday in the meeting that the diaspora system will start now supporting the several schools, championing some of these initiatives. Thank you so much. I will also to recognize Dr. Kedres. You're welcome, Mama. You're also following very well, and you'll be coming in very soon. Thank you, and all other friends. Ochaya from UNDP. I can see you're following, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, let's really break the educational gap and work together as Ministry of Education departments, private sector, NGOs, and all these associations, the teachers, the parents. That's what I can say for now. Honorable Minister, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Thank you
Please,
very
take on.
much. Thank you very much for giving me another opportunity. I would like to thank the presenters. There was a question that the teachers attain higher qualifications, but oftentimes they are not recruited, and the remuneration still remains the same. I have a cross-cutting answer about remuneration. The Cabinet of Uganda is looking at remunerating every public servant across board. But of course, you know, with our economy, we are also affected by COVID. The economy is not yet standing very well. Therefore, Cabinet is going to approve a pay policy, but this will be done in phases. And at least the teachers have had some enhancement of salary other than others. But we are committed as government, because we already have presented an information paper to Cabinet about the Salary Review Commission, because we want to review all salaries across board to eliminate people who are getting a lot and others are not getting anything. Therefore, we also have, we are implementing public sector transformation. We are aligning it to NDP3 plus the NR manifesto, whereby we are going to enhance the pay policy. We are going to have it in a phased manner. We begin with scientists, who will bear with us, teachers. We are going to begin with scientists. Then we shall review accordingly and make sure everybody is paid at least in 3 years or 4 years. Therefore, government is very committed. I want to thank you for the service, and may God bless you so much.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Madam Mary Mugasa, for reassuring the teachers. There are very many attending online, live. I'm reliably told that the listenership and viewership is approaching 6,000, even internationally. We have friends even in Europe who are now attending, following our proceedings here. Thank you very much. This is a continuous conversation we'll continue to have. At this point, would like to move to the next speaker, and that is representing, that is Mr. Sembirige, representing Madam Dr. Grace Baguma of NCDC. Mr. Sembirige. Mr. Sembirige, still having internet connection challenges. We are lined up to also hear from the General Secretary of UNATU, Mr. Baguma. Mr. Philbert Baguma, are you online? As we wait for Mr. Baguma to also come back, and Mr. Sembirige, could we have Mr. Henry, Senior Education Officer, Guidance and Counseling from the Ministry, to also help the teachers in how to prepare for the learners who have been affected by COVID-19 for in some cases 18 months. The primary 1, 2, and 3 who haven't come back to school, even other levels. As the learners come back, they may come when they are disoriented, they need psychosocial support, and as teachers, we need to be able to handle that. Otherwise, you'll be talking to people whose minds have changed. Some are coming back as mothers and as fathers, others are business people, and so on. So how do we handle our learners in January when they come back? Mr. Semakula, Henry. Providence, is he connected? If we are not getting them connected immediately, we are privileged to have also.
It's on.
Yes, please.
Mr. Semakula is on.
Okay. Mr.
Yes,
Semakula.
Chair, thank you very much, Chair. I don't know what much amount of time I do have.
You are most welcome, Mr. Semakula, my OB.
Yes, please.
To have you on this platform. We'll give you 15 minutes, please.
Okay, 15 is quite little for the heavy topic, but it's okay, since I'm also tied up with a lot of work around here. Truly, my name is Semakula Henry. Are you hearing me very well?
We are hearing you, but turn on your video, please.
Okay, let me turn. Sometimes I thought it interferes with business. Otherwise, this is the me, and I work with the Department of Guidance and Counseling at the Ministry of Education and Sports. My location is not so good because I'm currently in a store up here at Kololo SS, trying to load some items that are meant to assist vulnerable girls under the project called Global Fund, which is actually part of the question you have even asked me. So our young people have been locked for 2 years. They have been down, not at school, and therefore they are going through a number of challenges: economic, social, religious, some even political, but most of which are psychological. So when we talk of how to handle them when they are back, we need to begin by knowing what is it that has been the problem, the challenge. I know that the previous speakers must have listed all the detail around what has gone wrong with our child. But just a quick repeat is that when the lockdown came, the learners were locked at home. So they are no longer going at school. They are no longer interacting as they were. They are no longer meeting friends. Learning has been disrupted. Somehow, some of them gave up. Some have even been celebrating that the disruption is good enough because they are no longer going to school, where they are sometimes tortured by the program. What I mean being tortured by the program is that many of our schools actually do a lot of activities that they impact so heavily on the child. Activity after activity, and there's no resting. But in good schools where the environment is good, some are missing the company of friends, they're missing the company of class. But teaching is not going on, learning is not going on. So that was already a disruptor of their psychology as well. Many are not sure whether they'll be able to ever cover the syllabus as they are meant to do. The anxiety is too much. The anxiety levels have been high. Thank God now that His Excellency has announced, is about to announce the days for starting. Of course, he already alerted us that January, the whole education sector is opening. But now that we know the education sector is opening in January, there's some hope. Otherwise, they have been having a lot of pressure on them, not knowing when to get back. When I get back, which class am I going to? Many of them are living in very toxic homes where parents have been fighting again because of the effects of the lockdown. Parents are hustling because of the economy. Parents are struggling because they can't find means to make the children survive. The idea of defilement and rape and incest has been so much in many of these homes. I don't want to emphasize the issue of teenage pregnancy and the early marriage and the abortions that we have had, including incest. We had a case of a brother who impregnated two sisters, forced prostitution, harmful traditional practices. The list of the effects is really too long. But one of the most disturbing related to the question you've asked me about how to support these girls and boys in terms of their psychosocial well-being. Quite a number have learned to take alcohol because they have been in situations that have made them access the alcohol. Quite another number has even embarked on taking drugs. And I know that participants in this engagement are aware of the effects of drugs on our mental health. So we've already had a number of cases of the effects of this mental health. One such case is, for example, a girl who killed herself after receiving PLE exams, not because she had taken drugs, but the point is that her mental health was not well. When she received her results and they were very poor, and the community was stigmatizing her, and they were laughing at her, she's growing, she's a big girl, but she's performing poorly. She really felt she was at the end of the wall, and all she did was to hang herself. But now, beyond that situation, there are many who have been threatened, have threatened to hang themselves. There are many who are threatening their parents. They are not going to school. Don't force me back. Me have given up. But there are also many who have deeply gone into these drugs, and currently their psychological well-being is not okay. The other day I was in Butabika, and I was told that majority of the people coming in as patients now are young people between 15 and 25 years. And this seems to be the very age group in which many of our learners are. The issues of obesity, I have a child myself who is in P7, but he has seemingly added a lot of weight, and already we are discussing psychosocial matters. Because he was telling me now, when I get to school, I'll be the biggest in my class. People will be laughing at me. I've already begun with him to really console him and also tell him to maintain diet and to see how he can reduce a bit, but also to assure him that even if he doesn't reduce, it is not wrong. It is not a crime for people to be of the weight they are. And this is why I also want to remind my colleagues, the teachers, when these children come as they are, some will be too skinny because the life has not been fine out there. Others are going to be too fat because they had a lot of comfort. When it comes to our sisters and daughters, the girls, they come when they are either pregnant currently or they have delivered and already acquired new status and new names. But again, we don't need to add the stigmatizing names also, because I know of teachers who refer to that girl who gave birth as Mama Gundi or Nalongo, or even for any challenge these girls come up with. Some of these may end up, of course, focusing their attention on the wrong they did, which is pregnancy, instead of correcting them currently. And so that is the whole situation of where our children are. There are those with special needs who have even suffered more, because when school is on, those of special needs who go to special needs schools are normally handled by professionals. But when the professionals are not there, at home, we even know of families that put these girls and boys in the background. They don't even want visitors to see them. So imagine what they've gone through during the lockdown. I'm imagining as they return to school, these are really going to be even having more issues, and the teachers must give them a little more time. But there are also issues of, they have been making efforts to go online and study and access the internet, the cost of data, the interruptions at home, and so on. So all that has already stressed them. There are quite a number of those who have not even accessed, since the schools began receiving, the learners began receiving materials, There are those who have received nothing. When it gets back to some of our girls, there are those who have suffered because menstrual period is a natural occurrence. But then when they're at school, there's a way things are really managed by professionals and teachers. But we know of young people when they're in the village, when they're at home and the menses start, there's nobody to help, there are no materials to use, and so forth and so forth. And the parents cannot be blamed so much because they have also been too busy. They've been down without working, they've been hustling, they've not been providing time for their children. So amidst all of that, what do the teachers need to do then as we prepare to receive these learners? First of all, I want all those listening to me to remember that the lockdown and COVID have not only been negative. There's a lot that we've learned from this, which can also be passed over to some of our learners. One very obvious lesson that everybody learned is that things can be different, can suddenly be different. And there is no movement, and there's no walking, and there's no going to school, and there's no going to class, and there's no studying in the classroom. So I think that gives a lesson to our young people as they come back to make good use of their time. Whichever good time they have at school, let them make good use of it, especially the candidates. Time is not around, all of a sudden UNEP comes. So they must be aware that much as they are counting a year or 2 years to UNEP, whichever class they are, they must be aware that things can change the way they changed when COVID came. Number two, COVID has also taught us that we can have online options, we can have other ways of engaging academically. We don't have to physically engage in class only. Those who have been lucky to engage online have really seen that a lesson can go on online, demonstrations can go on online, people can share, people can smile, people can do anything. Assignments and even examinations can go on. The only stressor with examinations online mainly comes on the side of the teachers or the assessors. You can never be sure of the quality of that exam if you are not monitoring it physically. Otherwise, the big lesson is that, yes, the times have been bad, but we've learned that in bad times we can adjust, and that can help us pull off a bit the kind of tension we are on because of COVID. The other thing that my friends, the teachers, have to do in terms of providing assistance, psychosocial support to our learners, is to find time to talk to them. Let's not assume that because time has gone and the syllabus is too tight and the topics are so many, we must struggle to complete the syllabus. I know the previous speakers have reminded us that learning is not only about chemistry and biology and physics. We must create a wholesome human being. And creating a wholesome human being in school means that we must also engage that person in other aspects of play, other aspects of interaction, other aspects of sharing, other aspects of life skills, applying their life skills and so on. So let it not only be academics when schools start. Let there be time for talking to the children. Let there be time for understanding the challenges the children are going through. We've already listed a number of challenges, including incest. This girl who is going to come back when she's quiet may be quiet now because the father has been using her, because the brothers have been using her, because the houseboy forced himself onto her the other day. So let the teachers talk and find out. This boy who has also suddenly become so stubborn, yet he wasn't stubborn, it could be because of the effects I've already mentioned. Maybe he has been taking drugs, or maybe this boy has actually been influenced by certain funny habits from among the friends that he has met in the lockdown. But also, we need to work together with the community and the parents. We teachers, we need to work with the community and parents to try and understand these children a little more. Some have just learned new habits, as I've said, but others have been badly bitten by a forced leave of 2 years from school because they are not used to that. They mainly think that it should be 1 week, 2 weeks of a holiday, 3 weeks maximum, and they get back. But these have been a full 2 forced years on some of these learners. Then the other thing that we could also need to bring to ourselves as teachers, since these learners are returning with so many challenges, some the school fees is not there, others the parents have been caning them right and left, applying all forms of physical violence on them, others it is the community that has really disappointed them. Let us again not cause more trouble to them by inflicting on them, especially psychological violence. The psychological is more from the words we say. When you begin barking at them, when you begin ridiculing them, when you begin belittling them, when even as a teacher, it is you who is calling them nicknames, then you are bringing them down. If someone has grown so thin because the economy was bad and there was no food, then don't comment on the size. If a girl delivered and she has even added some 7 kilograms, let not the comments be on the size. And then the additional comments, after all, you are now an off-layer. All those are going to cause more trouble to this girl, to this boy, and it is likely that they will not return to school. But I also want to encourage the teachers, because COVID is still on, and one other area we expect challenges that are going to really stress the learners is enforcement of COVID SOPs. So whereas it is good to remind the learners about putting on the masks and remind them about the sanitization and all that, it should be really done in a professional and humble manner, because we know, but we are going to see teachers caning them for misplacing the mask, caning them for putting on the mask wrongly. I think they are also still learning, since this is all a whole new situation. My brother, my OB, I think I have about 4 minutes to wind up. Is it? Can I use the 4? Or I even have more? Hello?
Please speak for 10 more minutes.
Okay, if I even have more, that is fine. That is fine. So I was keeping on to inform my dear participants here and our teachers in particular that the focus should not be on academics alone. Let them also allow time for those other co-curricular. Much as we may not have too much time for the co-curricular, we are aware that co-curricular supports learners into now opening up, into learning to interact, into learning to compete, into relaxing the mind from academics. Co-curricular also helps them learn vocational skills. If there's a chance for me to go and practice in the lab how to make soap, how to make Vaseline, if beyond the English lesson and the literature lesson, there's a chance for me to go and learn how to make cake. And indeed, some of these have even been lessons from the lockdown. Much as some people are crying, there are people who have used this time to teach their young people extra skills. They have been taking them to work with them, and so they have learned how to relate with people. This is really important. So I want to appeal to our teachers or whoever interacts with them. As the children start school, let's also give them a chance to have that extra time. Beyond these other vocational tasks, we could also engage them in sports, co-curricular like music, dance, and drama, as we have always done, just to call off the stress of the lockdown, but also to call off the stress coming from the pressure of returning to school after a very long time. But I'm also of the view that for those children who have special needs, we even need to give them more time. If there's space to provide them with remedial lessons, let's give them those remedial lessons. I know that everybody is now going to be crying. There's no time, there's no time. But if a normal child who has no disability is already saying she feels empty after 2 years, what do you expect of a child who has a challenge, a special needs challenge? That one may not even only be empty, but he would have blacked out completely. So that means that as we handle them, we must really give them more time, know that we are all recovering. I also want to remind my teachers that it is not only the children who have been affected, because when we recall very well, even the teachers have had their part of the challenges. The teachers themselves have been anxious, they have not been paid for a long time. For example, those in private schools, they have faced a lot of stigma. Those who have made efforts to go and do a few kind of activities to make them survive. We've seen them in brick making. We've seen them getting into construction. We've seen some teachers going to even the level of becoming house girls, washing people's clothes, making Rolex. All that is good for survival. And I don't want anybody here to assume that that was bad, because they also tell us when the tough gets going, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. But we also know of the common saying of survival of the fittest. So if I'm a teacher, I'm a professional, I even have a degree, but I was locked for 2 years, I had to survive. I had to do any job available. Therefore, my friends, the teachers, let us not feel embarrassed that we did whatever we did. It was for survival purposes, and we survived, and we are still here. If anything, it gave us a lesson as teachers that we need to also prepare for a rainy day. Maybe many of us many times think about getting salary. Now, some people have gone 2 years without salary. So this is good time to make you learn that I can make some chapati somewhere on top of my teaching and survive. I can have a side hustle, maybe a kiosk somewhere. Maybe I can sell old clothing, whatever is possible. The lesson has really been great from. But we also know that the lockdown, even as teachers, has reminded us to improve our ICT skills. I know that there are many of us teachers who even fear touching the computer, but now we've seen online learning. Zoom is like Zoom, webinars like this one. My brother didn't tell me to prepare a PowerPoint, but if he had told me, I would be required to prepare a PowerPoint, how to read it and so on. So all that is part of the reminder that I come from this lockdown. Let us skill ourselves in terms of ICT. Recently, I saw that Ministry of Education Service Commission advertised jobs, and people are required to, in the first instance, they are required to apply online. But I think later they opened up and now they are submitting physically. But prior to that submission of applications, there was assessment of teachers who wanted to upgrade from diploma to degree. And there was an online kind of, the word has gone, aptitude test. Yes, there was an aptitude test online. And I tell you, there are many teachers who failed just to even get online to do the aptitude test because they didn't have those skills. So all these are lessons for us, even as teachers. We have known that sometimes when the times are not normal, it could be because of sickness, it could be because of anything else. We need to prepare ourselves for that time. Salary alone is never enough. We are even aware that as schools start, there's a lot that we can continue to do around school, supplying the school canteen, looking for a few hustles here and there. So that again, we don't throw all our anger of the bad economy onto the learners. I also want to remind us, ladies and gentlemen, that COVID-19 and the lockdown has also shown us that all of us, whether parents, whether teachers, whether government, whether individuals, have to always prepare for hard times. We shouldn't only look at, because normally when the country is so safe and good, people imagine this is how it will be, world without end, amen. But we have learned that things can change. Therefore, we do not only need to prepare for COVID as we have seen. Now we need to prepare for other eventualities. We saw the locusts also coming. Thank God they went. The other time I even heard caterpillars had also made an invasion. Thank God they went. We have ever seen Ebola coming here. Thank God it went. But we are also being told of another wave of COVID. We don't know what will happen. So all this calls for planning in all our contexts, as a teacher, as a learner, as a school owner, as a school administrator, as we people from Ministry of Education. This has really opened our mind. But again, as I wind up a few questions, my brother, we also need to remind our teachers to really be prepared to do the preparation that they're supposed to do on their side. Government has told us that vaccination is important. I know that vaccination is stressful because even as a person, I began by fearing, of course, following the so many rumors. And so I know that psychologically many people are disturbed and they're still fearing to go for vaccination. But I want to assure you, the health people have told us vaccination is okay. Some of us who are vaccinated already know the campaign, it just takes a second, I think, and then it goes. As long as the person injecting is a professional, the effects are not necessarily for everyone. There are those who will get mild effects. There are those who will even feel nothing. Myself, I felt nothing at the first dose. I still felt nothing at the second dose. So let us not again prepare for more stress. When school opens and they are telling you, for you are not yet vaccinated, don't come. I know that when it even gets to the private institutions, they may say, no, if you are not, don't even step at the school. So prepare for that moment by actually vaccinating, but by also keeping yourself, observing all the other SOPs, so that when the time for reopening comes, you are ready to go, you are alive, and you are still kicking. Ladies and gentlemen, we could say more and more and more and more. What I should tell you is that we need to get ready for a term, a school term that is not so easy, a school term that is going to be different. We are used to going for a few days and we program all our activities properly and they go on well. But now, since we are in abnormal times, a number of things will change. The big appeal is that we need to move with change. People who refuse to change are normally forced by the change itself to change. I've seen many people in the beginning when these smartphones have just come saying, I'll never join, I'll never buy an expensive phone. My capability is enough. I tell you, my dear friend, who is a teacher like me and any other, yes, the capability could be enough, but you need to move with the times. Now, right now, I'm doing this presentation using a phone. But if I didn't have the phone that can do this, then I wouldn't have been of benefit. So the idea of accepting change, sometimes change is a bit, it fixes us a bit, it affects us a bit, but we must accept it because that is how the world moves. Thank you very much for these few minutes. I'll now wait for a few, then I'll embark on my other activity. Thank you, Richard. For those who don't know, Richard is my very good OB. We are at Old Kampala SS together, and we moved on to become teachers, and we've been in the teaching profession for this good time. And currently, I work with the Guidance and Counseling Department at the Ministry of Education and Sports. Thank you.
Wow, lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry Semakula. I know you always have a lot good material for teachers. However, we are now having a time constraint, and so we need to try to move towards the end now. I don't see questions directly related to your presentation. Let me read a few questions, but questions and comments. One is asking, what is the exact timetable for reopening? It may not be you, perhaps I've seen Dr. Kedres may chip in. We may ask our mama there, who watches over us, to make a statement, if at all possible. I've seen a comment, I think, by my head teacher. I'm a teacher there in Tambo College School, Madam Helen. Students are tensed up, thinking they will do national exams in May. So there is that pressure, and they will come with a lot of tension. Those are the few comments I've seen, and others are commending the presenters and appreciating the conversation which is going on. Allow me to recognize a few other people who are with us in this presentation. We have, like Mr. Milton has mentioned, we have Dr. Kedres. You're most welcome, our mama. I also, in a special way, recognize Madam Helen Tonjerwe, my head teacher, who is following, though she has also other engagements. We have Mr. Okumu Jedhon, head teacher in Nebi, a school in Nebi, where I come from. We have Paivi Pakonen. She was my colleague in my exchange program to the US in 2018. She's from Finland, and she was interested in following our developments in education in Uganda. Paivi, it's good to have you on. We have other head teachers whom I may not mention by name, the head teacher of Mbarara SS and others who are logged on. So we have many more people who are following these proceedings and appreciating what is going on. Having said that, I wish to request in a humble way Dr. Kedres to spare just a minute or two after the next speaker to say something to the teachers, because this is your institution, the institution of education, and teachers in particular. At the moment, I think we shall go to Mr. Sembirige, who should be now ready to take us on to talk to us about the NCD changes in the curriculum that teachers are expected to note and to be able to adjust in order to complete the curriculum for learners to complete their cycles. Mr. Sembirige, please.
Yes, I request that, thank you very much, our moderator. I think Madam Providence is ready to share. I sent her my presentation. Madam President, Providence, you can share.
Yes, please.
Okay. Once again, our protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name
Mr.
is
Sembrige, just to let you know, 20 minutes and five for questions.
Thank you. My name is Patrice Sembrige, curriculum developer and the head of pedagogy and innovation at NCDC. I'm representing Dr. Grace Maguma, the director, National Curriculum Development Center. We are looking at the overview of some of the curriculum changes as per the situation in the country and globally. Madam President is not sharing my presentation. Can I go on without it? Madam President?
Madam President.
Sorry about that, I'm here. What was the title?
Is sharing the presentation.
Overview of curriculum changes.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
I think you can go on.
Okay, fine,
yes.
fine. That's beautiful. Members, following the lockdown on March 20th, due to COVID-19, our learners had to adapt as they relied on homeschooling, remote teacher support, and the reduced amount of face-to-face teaching from their teachers. This inevitably means that many learners will have gaps in their knowledge from the previous year. But as you remember, for purposes of continuity of learning, the Uganda government adopted and supported a multi-pronged approach to continuity of learning through remote learning models, whereby of these, we had to provide the print materials, which were developed by NCDC, the television lessons and radio, which supported the learners during that period. The next slide. That one is over. Now, as you all are aware, the challenges faced by learners during the lockdown, as you have been listening to Mr. Semakula in his previous presentation, they are enormous. And when they were trying to do remote learning as well, I want to tell you, there will be variations in the acquisition and in the competences. And but all will have potential to affect the teaching and learning in the coming month. That's the major challenge. Mr. Semakula has given you a lot, but I'm adding one more challenge, that the challenges faced by learners during the lockdown and when remote learning will vary dramatically. They will not be the same. But all will have potential to affect teaching and learning in the coming month. Similarly, you know it very well that the 2-year disruption of education due to COVID-19 pandemic is quite a long period when students are not engaged in in-person learning. And the possibility of opening schools in January 2022, as communicated by His Excellency the President, many teachers and other stakeholders are eagerly waiting. But also at the same time, the challenges of time loss, there is need to do what we call to accelerate learners' progress as we prepare for the reopening of schools. Next slide. Next slide. That one, the next. Now, the intervention here, as NCDC, we looked at finding a way how teachers and students will cope with the curriculum. And therefore, our intervention was we're in the process of repackaging, of developing an abridged version of the curriculum, which will focus mainly on the critical competences and concepts which learners and teachers can focus on as a catch-up measure to help them to cover up the lost time. Next, while adjusting, we are looking at that for effective management here. We are looking at adjusting learning priorities, and there is need to prioritize that as a key strategy to ensure that the curriculum can be covered in a short academic year. Bearing in mind that we are very uncertain. If you look at the VUCA principle of when you look at the principle of the VUCA principles of the uncertainty, the volatile, the ambiguity, we are very uncertain of what will happen. So we are focusing on adjusting the learning priorities as a key strategy, because we are not certain when COVID-19 will come to an end. We are not sure even whether we shall go into the third wave and fourth and the fifth. So the principle here is ensuring that this curricula is covered in a short academic year. So looking at that, there is need to develop what we call a catch-up plan to ensure recovery of lost learning time. And the plan will focus on adaptation to accelerate keeping the key and critical concepts for the learners to learn. And this, when you are looking at the catch-up plan and adapting the curriculum, this must be guided by certain objectives. For example, we are saying that when why we should do this intervention of abridging is to enable the learners to cover the critical concepts and competences that were missed due to the prolonged closure of schools using an abridged version. You need to project the objectives. And then the second one is to provide guidance to the teachers on how to implement this curricula. At the same time, to provide guidance on assessment, modalities to be adopted by teachers to ensure that learning takes place and learners progress to the next levels. Also, to present an abridged version which showing the scope and sequence of the critical concepts and competencies that are taught given the limited time available and the learning losses. And also to provide learners with the opportunities to acquire desirable knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes for lifelong learning. So that was the objectives that we generated, that we think that once we have this intervention, that will be achieved. But then on the side of the teacher, the teachers will have these questions in mind. Where is this topic? You know, when you do an abridged version, it means that you condense the content. It means that you reduce on the content. It means that you reduce on the time. It means that you move at a faster pace, and so on and so forth. So the teachers will have questions like, where is this topic? Why is this? Why has this topic been removed? Where are these competences? How is this content? How did it get there? How will I teach this? And how will I do the assessment? And how will I keep the records? These will be some of the questions for the teachers, which will be, bothering them as we open schools in 2022. However, the way out, in the next slide, we say that we need to plan for an orientation of teachers to equip them with the skills and the required competences to implement this kind of curricula, which will help the students cope quickly and to cover the lost time. Also, to have a training kind of guide or manual that would help to implement this curricula. On the side of students, as we are looking at when the schools reopen, we are saying that issues related to student achievement will be derived in the 4 areas. The curriculum, what we teach, this will be critical. That's why you're saying we need to do something about the curriculum, because so these people have been out of school for quite long. How would the remediation be done? What will be the focus of the competences and the topics? So how will the teacher handle this and that on the issues of pedagogical approaches and so on and so forth? And then that's when we expect to put instruction of how the teaching will be done. And of course, if you are doing what we call a catch-up program, This one, you all know that we are not only looking at learning faster or omitting content, but here we are looking at how learners learn best using a variety of methodologies that enable them to learn more effectively at an accelerated pace. And also we are saying that when we are talking of one way of to assist learners to return to school is to accelerate their learning. And this is at times that we refer to as catch-up classes, which are planned in partnership with education authorities, covering essential elements and concepts of the official curriculum. And a program that attempts rapidly to cover educational content spanning years of schooling missed. So this is what we mean in that. The last slide, that one I've already talked about it. In our last slide here, we are saying that we would like to ensure that every teacher, whatever they are, at lower primary, middle, upper, lower secondary, and upper secondary, they need thorough support. They need to be supported and they need to be prepared for the new year. So for us to be able to help the teachers to deliver and to help the children to catch up, the students catch up with the lost content and time, they need to be supported and prepared by providing opportunities of professional development, for example, to support them in curriculum planning and focus training on the effective use of technology. You know very well that our teachers have been very complacent in the BBC, which is that born before the computer era. Most of them are not IT compliant. So this is the time now to help our teachers, to equip them with the skills to be on board when it comes to IT. My brother Samakula has labored to say quite a lot that we must move away from the analog to digital. And many of our teachers in Uganda, this is a huge challenge, especially those in the periphery up country and in the rural areas. So we have quite a big task of blended learning, whereby we do in-class teaching and then we do either online or we use technology. We do a mix. So this is the issue for the teachers. We need to. I'm very sure this would have been a great opportunity for you to improve on your IT skills. But as we open the schools, this is going to be critical when it comes to effective use of technology, so as to be able to cope with the challenges of other pandemics and the current pandemic. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Thank you, Mr. Semirige, my neighbor there, our neighbor in Chambogo, for the good work you're doing. We are aware, for example, that you are conducting training starting with the head teachers, orienting them in that curriculum that is going to be rolled out when the students come back. And so one of the questions I may preempt from the teachers here is likely to be, what is the plan for the retooling of teachers themselves, given that the media was saying that we are reopening around 3rd of January, so we have less than a month, about a month to the resumption of school. So what plan is there to cover all the teachers to ensure that the curriculum does not fail, it succeeds? I presume that's one of the questions with the teachers, but thank you very much. Brief as it was, but I'm sure you are doing other things behind the scenes, and the teachers will be reached by that program that you are discussing here. I have not seen a question again from your paper. Maybe I ask the audience, is there anybody that has a question? Could spare a minute? Because this is a core area and a core issue for us, the teachers, when we go back to school, like other areas. Perhaps you could just shed light briefly, what does the plan look like for the teachers, for retooling or reorienting the teachers in terms of a schedule or something like that?
Thank you very much. I may not have a definite answer on the schedule, but I would like to say that wherever you do any curriculum adjustment or anything to do with something new going to the teachers, that is needed to build their capacity. However, as NCDC, we plan a master trainer, and then we use, we normally do cascade model. So from there, TET would take over and do other subsequent trainings. But as I talk now, we're in the process of having that stage of master trainers. Then from that, TET is in better position to do the training at all other subsequent levels, as I've said. However, as you see, at the moment, there are many factors at play. So I will not give more information more than that. Thank you very much.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much. At this point, thank you, Mr. Sembrige. Mr. Sembrige is the in charge of the specialist in charge of primary level at the Curriculum Development Center. We wish to have you again because we still have teachers who are not reached in our program of reaching out to the nation. Thank you very much. At this point, we would like to invite our Mama, Dr. Kedris, just to greet the teachers and to greet the audience. And that will be followed by Mr. Ochoya of UNHCR to do the same, just to say greeting and just in passing briefly what is being done for the refugees in terms of them catching up with education like the rest of the people.
We had a submission from Mr. Shukla. I don't know if there's some time for that. Mr.
Shukla talked. He gave a presentation at the beginning.
Yeah, no, he just wanted to. He has a raised hand.
Oh, okay. Mr. Shukla, please.
Yes, how are you? I hope we are listening, but I was insisting that moral science education and story books I don't see in primary education. What are our leaders planning for that?
Okay, question to you, Mr. Sembrige. Mr. Sembrige. Okay, we will give him time to come back to that. Thank you, Mr. Mukesh, for that pertinent question.
Otherwise, thank you for your contribution and thanks for the opportunity given. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Kedris, to the agenda, kindly greet your people.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone who is still on this call. I just want to say that I'm glad I was able to link up a bit. As I had mentioned to the organizers, I had other commitments, and so I couldn't be there from the very beginning. But I was glad to listen in a bit to the keynote address. I hope that you have it and can be shared out. I would be glad to look at the whole thinking as he developed his argument. Yes, this webinar is very important as we think and prepare for the beginning of term. What is assured is that schools will open in January 2022. And there are a number of things that we need to re-emphasize. I've heard Henry mention some. I'm sure others mentioned when I was not able to be on. But one of the critical ones that has kept us home since August, when other people were partially opened for, is the issue of vaccination of all teachers and non-teaching staff. And of course, those of us who are above 50 years of age. That 5 million people, now we have all the vaccine we need. At that point, we didn't have, but now what I've heard from Ministry of Health is that we have enough vaccine for all of us, the 5 million plus, to actually get 2 vaccination shots. So I would like to once again request that whatever you can use to share this message, please share it, because it was one of the very key things that blocked our opening of schools in September. Secondly, we have to learn to live with some of these challenges. And one of the challenges we may have to learn to live with for a while is COVID-19. But to be safe and to ensure that schools are sustainably opened, then we have to strictly learn as schools and especially as teachers to follow the SOPs, to appreciate them. Some are difficult, but to appreciate that living is better than everything else. And so to encourage ourselves, to encourage our school communities to follow the SOPs, not only when we open schools, but even now when we are still at home. Thirdly, I would like to appeal to all teachers to attend the reorientation when the program is out. As Mr. Sembilige indicated, you are not going to teach business as usual. You are not going to pick a pamphlet and walk to class. You may not just be able to pick at a question paper and reproduce. You will have to do things differently from the reprogrammed or reorganized curriculum. Therefore, the orientation of all teachers is extremely, extremely critical if our learners are to get the best when they come back to school. Mr. Semakula painted the picture of how some of our learners will come to school. And so we teachers have to be, we have to rethink our ways. We have to reorganize our own mind and what being a teacher is and what teaching involves and what achievement for our learners actually means. Someone who has just asked about me has talked about something very critical. Our vision as Ministry of Education is quality education, training, and sports for all. And quality education doesn't translate just into grades on a piece of paper. It is holistic education where the mind is trained to think, to reason, to of course have basic competencies of literacy and numeracy, interpretation and comprehend things, what you teachers have learned in your training colleges as the cognitive development. But it also involves the affective development, developing of the heart, developing of the values and attitudes, the activities that will help learners do this, the development of the real you, whom we can't see, whom we can't touch, but who is there. And then the third one, of course, you know, the psychomotor domain, the skills. Now we have two categories of skills, the soft skills, which are normally referred to as the 21st century skills, coordination, collaboration, teamwork, communication, extra, but also the very hard skills, which Mr. Semakula and I think others talked about, part of which the children have now acquired while they were at home. Now, if learning is to be meaningful, teachers should be prepared in the first days when children come back to school to help children reflect on what they have learned, both in academics, those who had opportunity, but the non-academics. If a child learned to cook, what is the relationship between cooking and life and skills for living? How useful would that be? How can we put the very bits he was putting into cook a meal into the learning? So teachers need to start thinking like that, have the children appreciate that they were actually, they did not lose the 2 years, that they learned other skills they need for life, and that those skills help them to learn better. On top of that, these children have grown in terms of age, their minds have grown, their thinking has grown more than they were in 2020. So how do we maximize that privilege and opportunity to use that developed mind now as two years older than they were, to help them learn better? So we teachers need to rethink, reorient ourselves, and reprogram our thinking about teaching, and that will help us to get the best. We shall get actually much better results if we do that than we would have if we had continued without COVID. So I would like to encourage you not to feel discouraged, but to start thinking, how do I change my practice as a teacher to pick every learner in spite of how they will come back, but maximize the learner's experience in the 2 years to improve the learning now, but also to improve the perspective to life. For example, if a child has learned to cook, an opportunity would never have had, waking up at 5 and arriving back home at 9. Can this child be helped to know that very soon, and those who will be able to go outside Uganda, they will never have anyone to cook for them, and that skill is critical, and be encouraged to work on it during every other opportunity over weekends and holidays to actually make it be mastered for life after school and life if opportunities offer for them to be out of Uganda. Can they appreciate that and use that to integrate into the learning? If they are able to learn that skill, that means they can learn many other skills in the learning itself. If a child was involved in business and was able to work out the difference when he was given money, how do we translate that we as mathematics teachers to show that actually this child has a capacity to do arithmetic and mathematics? So I think we need to think about that in this 1 month to reorient ourselves and be ready to teach things and to teach our lessons and our classes in a different way than we used to teach. So I just want to stop here for now and to say that I'm happy that this webinar has been on, and to request that the lessons we pick, let's share them with our friends and other teachers that we are able to influence, and effectively prepare ourselves, especially our minds as teachers, on how we are going to teach and what we shall teach, how we shall teach, and how we shall cause learning to happen. My last statement is that you have not taught if learning has not happened of all your learners. So how do you work out that to make sure that when you start now, all your learners will be able to learn, and we shall credit you as having taught. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Agenda, for inspiring us teachers to go back, and all members of the public, that we need to do this together. The parents need to work with the teachers with the community, in order for us to effectively address and reintegrate our children back into school. Even our teachers, Madam Kedret, even the teachers, there are many who also will need that psychosocial support. Some have given up on the hope of teaching, others have engaged in other businesses, maybe others negatively have also gone into bad habits like drinking, alcoholism, and so on. So a lot needs to be done in order to bring together everybody in the education sector to be able to recover and progress. Let me read two questions raised. One is saying, just a moment. One question is that, is it possible to structurally merge NCDC with UNEB under one directorate, so that each one of them is just a department? This could ensure better coordination between curriculum development and assessment. And another one is saying, the other one is by Harriet Onen. And then from Mr. Shukla is saying, please advise curriculum on moral science subjects, which leads to spiritual energy, introvert teaching to assist ethics and character, creativity, and initiative. In other words, the moral aspect, the value-based teaching and learning, and program within the school, holistically. Those are the two questions I see now which have come up. Any panelist is free to address them.
I think the question on UNEB and NCDC cannot be answered by any panelists. It's a national structural question. However, as interested Ugandans, you can write to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, and raise your issues regarding the two being different, so that the sector would start thinking about the questions.
Okay, so that is a policy issue, requires going right up to the policymakers. Thank you. Let's welcome Mr. Ochoya now. 2 minutes to greet the audience and say something about the refugees. 2 minutes. Mr. Ochoya, welcome.
I think before he comes, it is very critical, ladies and gentlemen, that in 2045, education is not going to be conducted in the classroom alone. Of course, these changes are happening, the processes through the leadership of Dr. Kedres and Dr. Baguma, these two sisters and champions needs to be appreciated. And listening to her carefully, I realized Uganda has a bright future, and we need to support them so that we realize the vision of transforming education. And some of the members of parliament on this platform and on our social media and the ministers, I think at parliament, we need to appreciate the proposals they are presenting before the Parliamentary Committee on Education. So some of these critical changes are immediate. We cannot talk about security of the country and its peace when we are not actually enabling the engineers with the resources and tools required. So at policy level, Professor Richard, we got to put it in the report that what happened in Parliament 4 or 5 months ago for denying approval of the instruments and proposals from NCDC and the Directorate of Education Standard was not good. So we need appropriate and timely approval of what they need, and they do a good job. So that is what I can say for now. And I welcome Ochoya. Ochoya works with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. He coordinates the water supply technologies all over this country. And I think working with him as a Minister of Education and strengthening your capacity for funding to make sure schools have water and then intervention on sanitation at this particular time of crisis will be very good. So Mr. Ochoya, you're welcome, representing UNSCR. Hello, Mr. Ochoya. Mr. Ochoya, you are not there? Maybe you have a technical problem. Mr. Ochoya, unmute yourself, please. Okay, as we wait for you, Mr. Richard, you can take on and possibly invite the speaker as we of the summit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milton, Ambassador. This is a great education summit, and we have heard from all the leading persons heading all the government entities responsible for education. At this time, I just wanted to report that very many teachers are logged in, and some are using a device. So one device may have multiple teachers following. Some are even in a room using a screen. So we have actually quite many people who are following the proceedings right now. We are going to now invite Mr. Dungu Ronald to come and talk about the last item mentioned by Mr. Semakula, and that is the issue of adapting to technology. It is now a shame for us teachers not to be able to utilize the technology that is at hand in order to enhance teaching and learning. There was one teacher who was asked in a room that, can you please open windows? So the teacher walked to a physical window in the room and opened a physical window. That is a shame for us teachers not to know and to harness the technology that is present in the 21st century. The students themselves are ahead of us. So Mr. Dungu is ready. Mr. Dungu is the team leader of holistic e-learning platform schools. He's a distinguished teacher who even appeared as a candidate in the Best Teacher Award globally. And he even won the second best award at the Microsoft Pitch Competition of 2014 of $15,000. So he's the brains behind the current e-learning platform where students are able to access and teachers to teach freely without even loading bundles. So Mr. Dungu, kindly help us on that area of technology by showing us what you're doing and how we can best do the same or integrate technology in learning. You're welcome, Mr. Dungu Ronald.
Okay, thank you, Richard. I don't know if you're hearing me well.
We are hearing you.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here. And as Richard has mentioned, my name is Ronald Dungu. And I chose to take a title, Taking the Green Side of COVID-19 Pandemic. So it means that I'm not going to mention anything on the red side. I'm only going to keep on the green side. I would like to also welcome my colleagues from the Holistic E-Learning Platform Schools who are joining in, with whom we have worked since June to put up a case study for this country, and I think we have something to communicate. So we are going to share how we can build an online community of learners and practitioners. Next slide, please. So when COVID hit us and we had a chance to go back to school, we set out to do a few activities. On 5th December 2020, we held a Senior 4 Mathematics Virtual Seminar. On 6th February 2021, we held a Senior 4 English Language Seminar. And next slide, please. Next slide. And on 27th February, go back one step back. One step back. Okay. On 27th February, we also held an A-level mathematics seminar. And what were we looking for? We wanted to see whether collaboration across schools can happen. Those pictures tell us that a lot can happen virtually, a lot can happen collaboratively. Next slide. Is my okay? So we noted that over 3,000 students, candidates appeared for the Senior 4 seminar. The same, almost even greater number appeared for the Senior 6 seminar, and over 60 schools. And for us, this was very encouraging. And one recommendation, the first recommendation we want to make to the Ministry of Education is that collaboration across schools is key, and technology is here to support this. And we think that Ministry of Education can achieve this. So let us go out as schools and work together. So since July 3rd, we have had teacher trainings and student seminars up to just last Saturday, and we are continuing even this Saturday. So you can imagine how many training sessions we've had for teachers. And our second recommendation is that online teacher professional development in subject groups should continue, and this is critical. Next slide. So what did we do during that time? We built a community of learners. We have over 700 teachers on our 3 online groups since June 2021, and they also sit on several subject teams. We have had more than 6,000 students studying with us since July 2021. And on a particular Saturday, we see over 400 students joining in an online seminar. And we believe that 6,000 parents have benefited from our work. And from that, we were able to create a key team of 35 teachers and give them enhanced training. And those are the teachers at the Holistic E-Learning Platform Schools now, doing amazing work, and I celebrate them. We went out to source for schools. Mbale SS and Iganga SS were key to us. And as we speak now, they are running good e-learning programs. So it means that when schools are engaged, they can move even further than we can believe. We have been purchasing Zoom licenses for schools, and right now we think that Ministry of Education should be able to find educational licenses to offer to schools to reduce on costs so that collaboration can happen. So our third recommendation is that online learning communities for teachers and student work groups should be supported and enhanced. Next slide. How have we been planning and teaching? We have subject teams and heads of departments. Our planning is done centrally on the subject WhatsApp group, and each class is taught by 2 teachers, the main teacher and the co-teacher. Now, this helps for support. This helps for learning together. And our WhatsApp group is just a class, but most of our work happens on Zoom, and our homework is handed in on a Padlet classroom platform where marking takes place. Now, our fourth recommendation is that planning should be done centrally within a school and across schools, and this should be encouraged. One lesson can be taught across the country. We can actually plan one chemistry lesson and teach it across schools. From 1st to 31st October 2021, we developed lessons from our gardens. And our focus was integrating agribusiness in our classrooms. And we want this to be encouraged because agribusiness is the known to us, and teaching must start from the known to unknown. I like what Madam Kedres has just mentioned. Madam Kedres, I'm with you. The experiences for the teachers, the experiences for the students must come into our classrooms. And at Holistic E-Learning Platform, we have developed lessons. We are going to provide them free online so that they can support the teachers. It is possible and we must do it. Next slide, please. So the bigger question here is, can we learn mathematics, chemistry, physics, history, geography from a pottery house as we make business, as the school unit grows, as the child's unit grows? The students have been in this environment, they've been making money, the teachers probably also have been, or they must be introduced to this. So this is the bigger question that our schools must answer in the longer term. Next slide. From the 27th to 29th October 2021, we attended the Future Farmers of America Convention, and we had a live coverage from USA, and we took all our students and teachers to USA. Now, our recommendation is that international and national partnerships should be encouraged for benchmarking purposes. We learned a lot from USA. They also learned a lot from us, and I think the cross-pollination is critical for us going forward. Next slide. From the 1st to 5th November 2021, we held the Gaza High School Farm Camp. As Holistic E-Learning Platform schools, we partnered with Gaza High School and held a virtual farm camp, and the theme was Agripreneurship Our Future, skilling the youth for the world of work. This is a physics class using a vernier caliper, but working from that tree garden. And in 6 years, this tree should be bearing fruit, and probably you will be selling wood if it is a wood tree. So next slide, please. What are we talking about? We are saying that we need to use the experiences, our day-to-day experiences in our classroom. Go to the next slide. So during our farm camp, we energized ourselves and we mobilized quite a number of organizations that worked with us in that virtual event. We live streamed farmers from their farms. We recorded activities of farmers, and this gave us an experience of public and private partnerships that must be developed for our benefit as schools. We need to engage the telecom companies, and they need to provide internet bundles that support learning. As Holistic E-Learning Platform, we are looking forward to learning together with a number of people. And during our farm camp, many students and teachers attended our event through Zoom. Next slide. the person running the slides. Okay, so we are now focusing on team building activities for our teachers, and I want to celebrate these men and women who came together online. I didn't know most of them, we didn't know each other, but here we are, 35 of us going strong, and we are now developing a team ready to train others across the country. We think that district teams, national teams should be developed to support teachers, support each other, so that we can do this job well. Next slide. So what is next at Holistic E-Learning Platform? From the 29th November to 1st December, we are hitting Murchison Falls National Park. And why are we going there? We want to get an experience. We want to develop teaching and learning materials with a focus on wildlife conservation and tourism. So you can see that we are taking agripreneurship and wildlife conservation and tourism as key elements, because those are key sectors in Uganda. And if these key sectors can get into our classrooms as the English language teacher, as the mathematics, as the science, as the biology, and so on, then the students should be able to leave your classroom, even at senior 4, or even at senior 2 when they drop out, when they can do business that they understand, but also our teachers should be able to live a different life, a life that is enjoyable and a life that can be worth the life of a teacher. Next slide. Our 10th recommendation is that we need to find support, more support for schools and the education sector. And as the Holistic E-Learning Platform, we are set to look for this support. We want to galvanize all the energy. We want to talk to whoever we can. We want to reach the highest office. We need sustainability to be included within our curriculum. We want to support NCDC. We are already teaching lessons at senior 3 using the NCDC model, the new curriculum model, and we have lesson plans ready to support your work at NCDC. So this is our work at Holistic E-Learning Platform, and this is what the green side of COVID has been to us. I thank you.
Mr. Dungu, you are wonderful. That is great. You've given us hope, because we should not only look at the great side, only the negative side. And even Mr. Semakula hinted that, and all the speakers, that let's build on the positive, on the opportunities, the silver lining, and rebuild our community and our schools and move on. Thank you. I'm not seeing any question directly related to your paper as of now, but we want to appreciate the model that you're championing. And members, I think we are seeing that everybody or different people are trying to do a similar thing, and Mr. Dungu is appealing for synergies, that the key government agencies should come in and scale up and assist in supporting these models, in supporting these interventions, MTN, even in the private sector. Internet is a big issue of affordability of the bundles. Wi-Fi infrastructure is not there. It's a big challenge. But if we get this kind of collaboration with the private sector and collaboration between the different government bodies, I think we'll be able to move faster than we are doing right now. And so this is one of the platforms that is enhancing this dialogue and this conversation. And I believe we are documenting the actions that are arising from each of the papers, and we'll be able to submit a full report right up to the policymakers, as well as disseminate to the schools. And then we see how we proceed. We are also planning another education series in January. So we'll be able to continue building up more, especially in the technical areas, and involve more teachers who are the key implementers of policy. Now, we would like now to invite Mr. Varun, if he's ready, about 5 minutes to talk about education and agriculture. He's very passionate, and he's picking up very well on Mr. Dungu's emphasis, the way he's been trying to apply knowledge practically in the field. So Mr. Varun is actually doing that as a private entrepreneur. Mr. Varun?
It's not on.
Okay. So we had said that we would get back to Mr. Baguma Philbex of UNATU. Has he joined now? Mr. Baguma has not been able to make it. He traveled to Burundi. He had promised to connect from there because he said he would be able to speak from wherever he would be at this time. And so this is, I think we are about to end our program. We have been able to achieve most of the sub-themes that were planned. And we all agree that we are seeing a common thread running through all the presentations. And that is ably summarized in Madam Carol's speech or paper, in which she said everything now is pointing to the teacher. Be the teacher. We have to innovate. We have to collaborate. We have to be creative. We have to be, we have to be all-rounded. So that is a big assignment to the teachers. But as you have heard from our leaders and our supervisors, that they are going to do everything possible to support the teachers in all ways, professionally, in terms of remuneration, in terms of on the ground monitoring, and so on. So I think this will serve as a big point in our transition of going back to school to inspire the teachers to go back. Let me invite Mr. Kambula Milton to say a few words and then we close.
I'm still connecting Ambassador Kambula Milton.
Okay.
Possibly we could have His Excellency Ambassador Abe say something to us.
Oh yes, oh yes, my apology. We have actually the privilege of having Ambassador Walusimbi, Senior Presidential Advisor, Office of the President, who committed to do the closing, the official closing, but that would have been after Mr. Kambula said a few remarks. But Ambassador Walusimbi, are you on?
Hello, yes, I'm on.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much for that kind introduction. I'm Ambassador Abe Chigozi Walusimbi, Senior Presidential Advisor on Diaspora Affairs in the Office of the President. Thank you so much for this opportunity of organizing this very, very important summit to engage everyone on education. I must say, without education and the good teachers, I wouldn't have been appointed by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda as his senior advisor on diaspora affairs. Today, more than ever before, teachers must be motivated to do a good job. Motivation does not mean money only, but organizing activities like this to shape and align their skills to international standards. As diaspora arm of the government, we request to unite ourselves and guide the transformation of education in Uganda. Our children have lost values. Our children lack the 21st century skills and abilities. Our human resource must be competitive globally so that investors can bring investments here in Uganda. Through this kind of engagement, my office can organize and connect diaspora support to schools that champion quality education. I request, and I repeat, I request teachers to come back to teach. We are together in this now. Let us work around education transformation for the future success of our children. I thank the presenters, participants for attending this summit. God bless our children, God bless our teachers, God bless our parents, and God bless our dear President of the Republic of Uganda. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Walusimbi, for those warm words and words of hope to the teachers and education stakeholders. We particularly note your personal commitment to use your office to support the teachers in all ways, in whatever intervention can be done or is being envisaged. We really appreciate that, and we are not going to let you alone.
Yes.
We'll continue engaging with you and
Yes.
with all the other leaders in the various fields, leaders in education, leaders in government, different sectors, because has changed to the extent that almost half of the jobs today may not be there in the next few years. And many of the new jobs are yet to come. And so how will our children competitively fit in this new world if we do not change or we do not transform our education? So that is already happening now as we speak with technology. So this is something that cannot be done single-handedly. It cannot be done by one entity on this platform. And as I mentioned, Global Peace Uganda chapter is pledging to prepare this report, share it in order to continue and produce a national plan of action for education. There are so many other bodies that have not been able to participate in this conference. We have the scholars, the different universities of different fields, and all these need to come on board for us to have a complete transformation. Because as we talk about the curriculum, Ms. Carol was talking about you need to also going to the extent of changing the university, university curriculum and teacher training itself, because it cannot be achieved without addressing higher education as well. So we will want to engage with all these stakeholders with time progressively until we reach a point where, like the minister said, Uganda reaches the takeoff or transits from a peasant economy to a middle economy, middle income economy and modern economy. We want to thank you all. I don't know whether Providence has got Kambula. If not, then we close.
Thank you. You can hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, I want to really thank His Excellency Ambassador Abe Walusimbi, the Senior Presidential Advisor on Diaspora Affairs. I heard him say he's going to mobilize the diaspora sector or community to support schools that are in need, but also to appreciate the schools that are doing their best to basically do a good job. And that, to me and to all of us, we have to really see how our brothers and sisters in their diaspora can actually bring in the involvement in a president to a group of organs of government to respond to the needs of education directly, working with the schools. That is, I think, one of the ways how the Ministry of Education and Sports will be able to achieve how vision. And I have to conclude and say that Ministry of Education alone cannot transform education in the country. So they need the Interreligious Council system. They need the private sector. I'm happy Mr. Varun was trying to connect. Is the third exporter of organic food to the United States, Canada, and Europe. From Uganda, basically, you can imagine such a billionaire, an industrialist who's humble and who wanted to actually share with us. I hope we will have another opportunity, but the internet was trying to hiccup with him. Please, let's have the culture movements to actually redirect and re-image the future of education in our country. And my brother from the organization that won this international award, I congratulate. We need to work in CDC, the Directorate of the Education Standards. You have really to support. We have to be a team so that we lobby resources. We go to MTN. You talked of MTN. And possibly all some of these bundles that are too expensive. We talked to the Prime Minister and the Parliament 2 weeks ago on the need to reduce the cost of running education in the country, and one of which was a proposal which the Prime Minister has endorsed to instruct telecom companies to reduce the cost of bundles or communication directly to education sector. That is something that we really have achieved, and I know it is through this type of engagement. Please don't get tired. Please, let's continue engaging the teachers, the private sector, the interface system, even the kingdoms themselves, so that we don't just let a Ministry of Education and its departments carry the whole burden alone. I thank everyone, and I think it has been an amazing debate and an amazing engagement, learning opportunities, and I think it is something to produce, and that report can be shared to direct different entities in education. Thank you, Mr. Richard. I hand over to you, please.
Thank you. Basically, you have done the closure. So I want to say thank you, everybody. Congratulate everybody for the learning and the sharing that has taken place.
Mr. Richard, is there any way you can produce the certificates for the participants, please?
Yes, allow me to request participants to email us or to send their names using the same contacts we used to get you to attend, so that we prepare the certificates. There are many others who are not seen having logged on here, but are attending one or another. So we will need to know the names and the institutions that they represent or they come from, especially the teachers and the head teachers, so that we prepare this certificate. I've been your moderator. My name is Okech Richard. I'm a teacher by profession. I'm actually a teacher in Chambo College School. It's one of the model schools implementing the CCI programs. I'm also partnering with Global Peace. That's my area of passion as well. I'm a religious minister. I'm a curriculum developer, and I was the 2018 US exchange teacher to the United States. And I partner with many other institutions, including religious, as well as business and community, to see that we change our communities. I would like to thank you and wish you a good time. Safe journeys, those who are traveling, others were participating from different places where they have traveled. We hope to meet again another time.
You're also an author, sir.
Yeah, man. Yes, an author of different fields, particularly history.
Exactly.
Yes, I've written the books for school history for schools as well as. Thank you very much. Thank you, Providence. Thank you, the team, Dan and others. Wilson, for all the work we've done behind the scenes.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Yes.